Hello, everyone. How you doing? And welcome back to Fellowship of D20. And now for our recap, I believe it is Greg.
Did
It
you
is.
say recrap?
Hey, my
I may
recaps
have.
aren't that bad. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Fellowship of the D20, episode 28, Princes of the Apocalypse, part 7. But before we begin, let's revisit what happened last week. Our group had left Amphail and arrived in Red Larch on our search for members of the Howling Hatred, and specifically, at least in Sirius's mind, to avenge Tevin from Amphail. And this was based on the information we got from the Svervniblin that we captured, as well as several people who had just mentioned odd happenings in Red Larch. Heard rumors of crazy elemental events, just strange folks in masks, and so on. Our group got up, had breakfast, started talking to the innkeeper, Kalesa. Cirrus got up and started to help clear in order to gather more information. The net result is we got a tip to visit the barber/pawn shop in town. There was a mention of the bathhouse, and Cirrus got a note slipped to him later with advice that he visit the baker for more information. And while Cirrus was clearing the tables in his normal insidious way to try and gather information, Bosha got up to help clear the tables because she is just that nice.
Yeah.
As the conversation continued, we became more acquainted with the innkeeper, who Dunnett offered to perform that evening. And our group generously offered to play music and give a demonstration of the jingle janks. I don't think that Gnome will ever understand how popular his name is going to be. Based on the tips our group got from these individuals, we then proceeded to visit the barber, the baker, and the bathhouse dressmaker. The barber shop, which also functions as a secondhand store, pawn shop, and let's say low-level attempt at fencing counterfeit goods. Yeah, that probably wasn't the best way to phrase it, but it was accurate. We could not convince Bjorn to get a haircut. We did not try their home brewed ale. And while Cirrus did buy one cheap ring just to try and make nice, Whodunit later just walked away with a few, because that's how we roll. Excuse me. While the group was engaged at the barbershop, Cirrus did take the advice to go visit the baker, a very nice man by the name of, I hope I get this right, Mangabar Lauren.
Yep.
Lauren is an agent of the Zentrum. Didn't get into too much detail about that. He wasn't forthcoming. Cirrus didn't ask, but we did have a mutual acquaintance in Halia from Phandalin. Mangabar didn't have a whole lot of information and seemed unaware of the activities of the cults that we believe to be moving into the Desert Valley, the Howling Hatred, and perhaps the others. But he did mention that the granddaughter of the local poultry farmer, Minnie, had been speaking of a ghost that she had seen out near a tomb southeast of town. He didn't buy into the ghost rumor, but he had also heard reports of potential goblins in the area, so he was willing to engage our party if we would go look into and maybe take care of the goblin problem. At the bathhouse dressmaker, the very lovely woman whose name I totally forgot and couldn't pick up from the audio, was very friendly, had met Karlsruhe, knew us by name before we even walked in, was busy engaging in designs for ball gowns for Waterdeep, but was not a fan of the Jingle Janks, which brought Bjorn and Eleuthria some relief. As we moved on to the poultry farmer, Minnie and her lovely family with an excellent work ethic,
And the owner of the bathhouse is Halia Hanadrome. Hanadrome.
Yeah, thank you. I had actually written Halia, but I thought I was mixing it up with Halia, so I didn't. But thank you.
Yep.
Uh, Minnie the poultry farmer. Uh, Once she got over her initial distrust of strangers asking rather invasive questions about the happenings in the town, did introduce us to her granddaughter Pell, as well as Pell's father. Pell mentioned that she had seen the ghost of a woman she described as shiny near the hill with a hole in the side, which we recognized as common construction for a barrow. Um, Pell was very friendly. The whole family was friendly. They really were just nice people. But as we were leaving, Minnie also mentioned that there were some recent newcomers in town. Wasn't the first we'd heard of newcomers. Minnie mentioned that while there is a council of elders that rules the town, this new group, who referred to themselves as believers, seemed to be secreting about and congregating, but she didn't know too much past that. And she, after all, is not one to gossip. We did move on to the barrow. It was a dwarven barrow built into a hill, fairly ancient. Eleutheria and Boja working in tandem. I identified the barrow as being the last resting place of one lady. Oh, God, I'm going to get this wrong. Kaylee Tawin.
Yep.
And the Tawin family had apparently passed from history at least 400 years ago. So we were looking at an ancient dwarven resting place. We noticed there's some recent someone had been by recently because the door had been opened and then very clumsily trapped to protect against others coming in. Inside, we met a dwarf who was also rather polite, but very politely told us that we would not get in to see Lady Kali.
Not a dwarf ghost.
Thank you. The specter of a long dead dwarf who was still standing his post to protect his lady, and mentioned that only Lady Kali or Moradin could release him from his oath, and did not believe that Cirrus was Moradin. While we were
An
there,
understandable conclusion.
it is an understandable conclusion. Now, last I checked, Moradin was not a blonde half-elf who sneaks about. While we were there, we were approached by a group of ogres, a half-ogre, and goblins, later joined by orcs and a hill giant, who claimed that the barrow was theirs by the ancient law of finders keepers. While we debated with that, we did also get some more information from this same group that they had also encountered weirdos with masks out running around the town, which they described as a bigger problem than they're trying to claim a dwarven barrow. However, they were not willing to abandon their claim on said barrow, despite our argument that we had in fact found it more recently and therefore wanted to keep it. After some back and forth, the inevitable fight began. Whodunit very effectively dropped the fog on the entire scene, which made it much easier for us to survive. Bjorn had several of them actually attempting to kiss their own ass. First through sheer intimidation and later through violence. And of course, Boja once again called down the blessings of her goddess to burn some of them from this plane of existence.
Yeah.
After quite a long fight, the last two of the enemy, the hill giant and an orc, tried to flee, but thanks to Bjorn and Eleutheria, that was not happening. And that is where we left off. We are outside of a tomb, facing a dwarven specter who has so far been peaceful yet insistent. So the questions remain. Why were the big uglies so insistent they were willing to die for this barrow? Will we be able to get into the tomb without fighting with a ghost that really is just doing his job? And will our performance of the Jingle Janks be met with applause or with a protest march? Let's
And will we
find
get out of it with our dignity intact?
Hell no.
These and other questions.
Over to you now.
Awesome. Great recap. So, as Greg, I was about to say Sir. It's not right. His real name is Greg. Greg, so wonderfully put it.
You just doxed him, son.
You have just finished clearing out, and you can go away, Mr. Orc. Why isn't he moving? Anyway, I'll get rid of him in a second. You have just finished this battle and destroyed all of your enemies, but the tomb remains. It is still standing there. There's still a dwarf in shiny armor standing guard in front of the door, and you are no closer to resolving this issue with him. Meanwhile, you have gone through the bodies of the would-be claimants on this tomb, and have put the age-old argument of finders keepers to rest, and told them exactly where they could stick it. So, with that,
Actually, Bjorn literally told them where they could stick it.
Bjorn actually literally stuck it and sent a few of those orcs to meet Grump with their faces in their own ass.
Yeah, baby.
So, with that,
That will be the most shameful afterlife ever.
You are live here in front of the tomb. It is still only about mid-afternoon.
Well, good. We have a busy night planned.
Yes, and you have a very large dwarven spectral figure standing in front of the door and some decisions to make. And so with that, I turn it over to the group.
Large by Dwarven standards, I would assume, because he's kind of short.
Right.
Like, I'm sorry, you're not on the list. You can't come in here.
Yes, you're kind of.
I actually have an idea.
All right.
That doesn't involve lying or deception.
Wow.
That would be a first.
Yeah, I feel weird about it too.
I apologize. I'm about to move the map because I had moved the map inadvertently. So
Okay.
I definitely feel
there we go.
pain.
All right, much better. That's back to where it's supposed to be.
Can any of you paint? I would like to memorialize me standing here over the corpse with his head in his ass.
I can like who done it, like looks at Bjorn and then he crafts a minor illusion capturing this. I will hold this image in my mind and we will find somebody who will immortalize this grand moment of your most excellent of exploits, friend.
Very
Bjorn.
nice. Very nice. Thank you, my friend.
As a matter of fact, I'll use my my artificer ability to produce a trinket. So I'll take out one of my playing cards, I'll fan it, and now that you've seen the image appears on the playing card.
Oh,
wow.
Oh my God! Can we make more of these and just start leaving them at temples to Grumpf?
Yeah, baby.
In point of fact, I can, and so I'll go ahead and give you this one, and make a spare for like a painting to be crafted later.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
Sarah says you walk back in. The dwarf once again looks at you and goes, "Have you come to relieve me? Have you come to help and free Tian Bezel?" And then he starts, after he says that name, he starts lapsing into Dwarven and then goes, he peters off and then resets and says the same thing again. And then after he says Tian Bezel, speaks Dwarven again.
Master Dwarf. Master Basil.
He kind of looks confused. Tian Bezel is under siege.
Oh. Master Dwarf, what is your name, sir?
He looks confused. Sir Timon Kest. Have you relieved Tian Bezel?
Yes.
Is there anyone here that speaks Dwarven that's near hearing this at the moment? So
yes, I'm actually moving right there.
Okay.
When you hear the name T.R. Bezel and you listen to the Dwarven he says after that, you know that T.R. Bezel was a Dwarven city actually a dwarven kingdom between Mirabar and Mithril Hall that was besieged and overrun by orcs over 5,000 years ago.
Yeah, I relay all of this. I relay all of this to Cirrus. Yeah.
Sir T-Bone.
He does.
Why do I suddenly feel hungry?
He does like his steak.
What?
That's how he introduced himself.
Yeah.
T-Bone Kest. Yes.
T-Bone Kest. Sir, I have come to relieve you. You have stood post. You deserve your rest. We have just cleared out the orcs, the ogres, and the goblins that were attempting to invade this tomb.
I cannot abandon my lady. Only Moradin can relieve me of my duty, even beyond death. T.R. Bezel must be relieved.
I thought you said only Moradin or the Lady Callie could relieve you.
Yes, my lady could relieve me, but alas, my lady lays dead beyond, and so I guard her tomb. The orcs shall not have her body.
Sir Kest, we've defended her body from the orcs. That you may relax for a moment. We are not here to steal her body. Definitely not.
Yeah.
I haven't come to rob you. I have come to help you.
When you say the word orc, his face scrunches up and his eyes narrow, and he looks at you. And he's like, "You filthy orcs! You shan't get by." And he
Dude, do I look like an orc? I know that you're old and tired, but come on.
Yeah.
Orcs have all sorts of tricks. Orcs disguise themselves, and you shall not have me lady. You should not.
And we've got orc blood.
Are orcs smart enough to do this? Are orcs really that smart?
Can you happen to see outside of this tomb?
I should not abandon my post.
Yes, but can you look outside? You will know
don't have to move
pile of
anywhere.
orcs with their heads in their asses. We are not orcs. We killed the orcs.
Then he stops.
I will point to the bodies of the orcs.
He goes, "Get back, you orcish bastards! I'll see you in hell before you spoil her." Somebody
Sir Kest, stand to attention.
Relieve T.R. Bezel. Relieve the underground fortress of the spire, which is under siege, and let me pay my last respects and last eternal guard over Lady Kaylee.
Sir Kest, are you aware that Lady Kaylee has been wandering the fields at night?
My lady lays beyond.
Not her body. Do you need your body to walk around?
Do you know you're dead?
For a moment and goes, "Get back, you orcish bastards! I'll see you in hell before you despoil her. Somebody relieve Tion Bezel and the spire which is under siege."
I think this is an echo. Yeah,
it is an
echo. He
responds to certain things, and I think I'm not even sure he's actually an echo. I think he's just really, really old. I don't know. I'm not the master.
He's stuck in a loop like a record.
Yeah, Cirrus.
Anybody who's in the... Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, Cirrus. Can you I'll tap my temple.
Yeah, I'll establish a psychic link.
Can you tell me anything about this dwarven god Moradin?
He's I would think that Eleuthria or Bosia could tell you more. He is the god of the dwarves. He's not the only god of the dwarves, but he's like the high god of the dwarves.
I need to know something about perhaps a presentation or this.
We're not going to convince a spectral dwarf that we're a manifestation of Moradin.
Yeah, that's not going to work.
Sir
even
Kest,
convince him that we're something else.
Sir Kest,
He thinks we're orcs.
I mean, he is very confused.
Is
he thinks the orcs are smart. That ought to tell you something.
Anybody who's in the hallway speaking to him, can you give me what is your passive perceptions, all of you that are in here right now?
Let's see.
16.
Let me check.
I guess technically I'm standing outside.
Yeah,
But
14.
I am staring like right at him, trying to gauge his weird recorded reactions.
Cirrus,
I have 15.
you look over where Eleuthera and Whodunit are standing, and you notice that
16.
one of the flagstones of the floor is less dusty than all of the others, and the grout around it appears to be missing. And everything else seems to be in very good condition and of dwarven make here.
Might want to check that out.
Bjorn,
Yes.
you're big. Come here for a moment.
Okay. Here they come.
Stand between me and we're
I just
psychic.
kinda like-
This is psychic.
I just kind of look at him, so I go, Bjorn, you're big, and I just kind of like look over to where Bo's just standing, like, right, all right, I see how this is.
I need you to stand between me and the dwarf and talk to him about the fight for
Where's my...
T and Bez.
Okay,
Tell him-
I see you in there. Where's the dwarf? This guy? No. Where
I
is
think
the
he's
dwarf?
I think he's just by the right-hand door. I don't
Can
see
you
a-
see him right
Oh,
here?
okay. Oh, there he
Oh,
is.
yeah,
Okay, I see him now.
Okay, all right.
I'm
And
inside
tell
the
him-
room, but it's all red. So
Yeah.
That's because there's no light in here.
Yeah, dark
Right.
vision thing.
Yeah,
And
I
if
just
he
had to
keep-
bring Toto in here, and right now he is on my shoulder.
And this
Now-
is still psychic to Bjorn. If he keeps on about the city, tell him that the elves are sending an envoy with reinforcements.
If Boja comes in here and wields Lightbringer, we can put some light in here. So,
Okay, I will move in and activate Lightbringer.
okay. I need to find you. Where are you? Can you move yourself like off everybody else? Are you on top of everybody else?
she's
right now?
underneath everybody else in that corner there.
Yeah. All right.
Oh,
Hold on.
Here.
let me see. Let me see.
Let's put some light on.
Up a little bit here.
Let's put some light in the situation.
You guys had like a little pyramid going in the corner there.
Lightbringer
Yeah.
is what, 60 feet light? 30
I
feet?
believe that is the case, but let me double check that.
There she
We'll
is.
do
She's in
60
there.
feet right now. There you go. Boop. There you go. Light. Boja says, let there be light. And
There was lights, and it was good.
Yes.
And Sears just says psychically, Bjorn, I just need you to distract him. Talk about battles, talk about his post, see if you can get some different response from him. I just need his attention, not on me.
If you don't
Okay.
speak to him, he kind of just sits there and starts to fade slightly, but he's just standing there straight ahead, his axe resting between his feet on the floor. So,
All right.
I'm gonna check
So,
out this flagstone.
okay.
I'm talking about battles, trying to get him to maybe talk about a battle himself. Say something besides his usual spiel.
Every so often, you'll say something and he'll give the same usual spiel. So, that's
Oh.
pretty much all he does.
Okay.
You check this flagstone. It does appear to be loose, but you don't sense any traps or anything. So,
Boring
So
conversationalist.
I will use my mage hand to lift it.
the lage hand is 5 pounds.
Yeah, I'm not trying to pull it up. I'm just trying to
10
Lift it
pounds.
a little bit.
tip
Okay.
it. Yeah.
You do lift it a little bit, and nothing happens. But you aren't able to lift it and see underneath. You're able to just lift the stone up a little bit. Stone's
You-
pretty heavy. It's
You'll
big.
require assistance. I like my shadow creeps across the floor, and a hand reaches out to grab the edge of the stone as well to add another 10 pounds of moving power.
Still doesn't move. It
I'm-
moves
I'm-
more than it did, but the stone appears to be at least 3 inches thick, and it's 3 foot by 3 foot across. It probably weighs 75, 80 pounds easy.
I
Yeah.
don't think I have anything that would work, and Bjorn's probably best one trying to.
Yeah,
open it.
we've got something that will work. Big lady in corner.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, if you want to try.
Boja, would you mind?
Yeah, I will go over and attempt to lift it up.
Okay.
Well, Bjorn is busy with eloquence of a poetic language I have yet to hear from humanoid before. Oh, sting of beauty.
You have a hard time getting a purchase on the stone, But eventually you see that there is a cleverly made indentation in the stone, not at the top of the stone, but somewhere in the middle, where you could hook something in there, and you figure out a way to, hook a finger or something else into there and pry the stone up, and eventually get your hands out and get the stone out of there. And you find a void that's about 4 feet deep and 3 feet wide down inside. And you see a number of different objects down there, and a large sack as well, a gray burlap sack.
Well, everybody can see in, but I will tell what I see.
Okay.
I can't see. I'm staring at the dwarf.
I mean,
telling
you've got
him
the
about
light.
the wonders of Bjorn.
You can tell them. I mean, you guys can see that there's a large gray burlap sack. You see a number of pickaxes and shovels that are in this as well, that are laying down there. Probably about 5 of them. 3 pickaxes and 2 shovels, and then this burlap sack.
Is there dust on it?
Nope.
So this is probably what came with the party of fun.
Yeah, somebody tried to bury this for some reason, so maybe it's valuable to them.
I'll use my mage hand again to try and lift an edge of the sack.
You were able to lift the sack out very easily. So the sack does not weigh that much. Yes. You're able to lift the sack. So
let's see what's in the sack.
Turn your head.
Try to restrain yourself, Mike. Try to restrain yourself.
You open up the sack. Inside you see a white dress and a large bag of flour. And you also see some white slippers and a white veil and a white hat.
That's our ghost. Somebody was using this to scare people off.
And the bag of flour was the okay.
So it was not the lady.
Now I'm just picturing an orc or that half ogre flitting about the field in this outfit, sprinkling flour.
Well, yeah.
How big is the dress?
It was probably humanoid.
The dress is actually big enough that it could fit a human or an orc or a goblin.
Say what you will. I have to appreciate this is good trick. Misdirection, some presentation, good performance attributes. Yeah, I am almost sorry we had to kill them all.
I'm not sure
I
there
wouldn't
was
go that far.
This is better than the very sad trap that they put on Dor.
This requires a certain amount of cleverness that we have not seen in our encounter with them.
When you look down, you also notice that the pickaxes and shovels all look used. They have like mud because they didn't clean up, so there's mud and dirt, and they're dinged up and everything, but they look like they have been used.
Does anything in this room look like they've been chipping at it?
Nope.
I was about to ask, the hole that we pull this out of, does it look like they're trying to tunnel past the door that the ghost is guarding?
Nope.
Seems like it's just a hiding place.
Yeah, probably. It was probably to hide the gear.
Stuff.
Yeah.
But did we just get here before they could try?
I'm thinking these people had a boss, and we haven't seen her yet, or him yet.
Okay. I am very curious about something, and I'm going to take a risk just to see. I'm going to walk over to the door where the dwarf is. I'm going to ignore him, and I'm going to attempt to open the door.
Everybody roll for initiative.
Oh, shit.
I knew it.
Hold on. Let me clear the initiative tracker real quick.
Oh, God.
I was wondering if he was stuck in such a loop he couldn't actually do anything.
Yeah.
I'm
pretty sure he was going to attack the minute we moved past him.
Everyone,
all I can tell you is he's really rude to people telling stories. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. All right. So I have 20 and... Oh, did I?
I never pulled up my character.
All right, let me try my second try. Maybe I can do better. No, the 20 is good.
All right. Hold on.
Okay,
Just
how do I
a second.
expand the turn order? It's like I minimized it, now I can't seem to open it.
All right. Yeah.
Let me try it again.
Okay.
There we go. And 20.
Did you minimize? You minimize the turn order?
Yeah, like it's just like a little box now. It says turn order, but now I can't open it up to see the
Mhm.
stuff.
Oh, I haven't. I didn't.
Okay.
Did you roll initiative already too?
22.
What is?
Mhm.
Yep,
Okay.
22.
Let me add you. It didn't
Yeah.
put you on there. So
Yeah, so it looks like
Jeff,
the
I can
order
grab the
is
edges of the turn
whodunit
order and
and
drag it.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I too many people talking at once. What did you say, Greg?
I can grab, if it helps, I can grab like the lower corners of the turn order box and make it bigger or smaller.
Ah, that's what it was.
let's see. Here we go. Who done it? And you got a 22.
22.
And
deuce.
let me roll
Yeah.
for this dude here. No, he's not a spider.
Hmm.
He doesn't identify as a spider.
I was about to
He's
say,
not a
does he
spider.
identify?
No.
Yeah.
If he did, I'm pretty sure Luthria would have killed him by now.
Eleutheria's neck hackles go up at the mention of the word spider.
That'd be a pranky spell to cast on somebody.
All right.
Identify.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you know what I
So-
am? It's like, no, I'm making you identify as something else.
Let me move Whodunit over here to the door.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming that Mr. Bang or their new names. I can't remember their names.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
leave it at Mr. Bang.
Yeah, Mr. Bang and
Yeah.
Mr. Simeon came over with you. And
Yeah.
the minute you touch the door,
Now, Mr. Simeon will be invisible for this
okay.
Yeah.
because I might need that.
The minute you touch the door, and the door is locked, by the way, he roars. His hair flames out and becomes icy blue. There's a sudden chill and a blast of cold air and a very tangible feel of evil in the room, not from him, but from the light that is surrounding him, if that makes sense. And he
Whoa.
roars and moves to attack. And with that, Cirrus, you're up first.
Boja, just tell me we're sending him to his well-deserved rest.
I will help send him to his well-deserved rest.
Did I
As will I.
seriously? Hang on. Did I seriously get the lowest on the initiative order?
No, that was
no,
that's Boja.
No, you. I'm sorry, I didn't update. You got 22.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I got 20. Not that it matters.
He should be
That's
between
right.
me and Cirrus.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah.
There we go.
I'm not thrilled about this, but I don't think we have a choice.
No, not anymore. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not
23.
looking forward to fighting this guy, but at least we're gonna put him to rest.
I had a hunch, and it did not work out.
That is
It
a
happens.
hit on him.
9. Gonna add in a little
And
sneak
he's
attack.
next to
Yeah, baby.
Bjorn. 17.
17. Hell yeah.
Hold on, I gotta figure something out real quick. This is the first time I
Let me
have
see what I've got as far as
done
remaining
this in new
spells.
rules.
Yeah, I don't
Hear
have
that,
much
Cirrus?
now.
You smacked him so hard the DM had to figure something out. I'd say that was a pretty good smack.
This is a psychic attack, right?
Yes.
It's psychic damage, yes.
And he is not immune
Yeah.
to any of that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
baby.
Oh, wait,
Cirrus
no.
throws out a psychic dagger. It passes right through him, but you see a large part of his essence or this light that surrounds him drain right out of him and disappear with the dagger. And he stumbles and kind of fades in and out, blinks in and out of existence, but keeps going, roaring in anger. Cirrus, I think you have one more attack.
He does. And Cirrus just says, I'm sorry.
Oh.
I'm very sorry.
Ooh.
That is not a hit.
So I'm just trying to get a visual here. When you say he's blinking, is it like, are we talking about like the ghosts in 1408, how they kind of blipped in and out?
Yep.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yes, sir.
Robin.
Who done it?
Oh boy. All right. Shoot, I got too many people around me to do that. I have that as a reaction, so I will save that. And I don't have anything that can get me out of his range without taking a hit. But you know what I'll do? Since I do not want to be in melee, I will take the dodge action. And I will proceed to leave his space, me with Mr. Bang. And he will get his attack of opportunity.
Okay.
At disadvantage because I am dodging.
Okay. Give me just a second. He takes his attack of opportunity on you and reaches out. Oh, Lord. It's that thing again. Hold on. Wizards of the Coast, you are the bane of my existence.
Just to double check on something, you guys said that magical weapons could hurt specters.
Well, he hit him. He hit him with a psychic damage.
Right. But
Yeah,
when we talked
magic
before,
weapons
you
do tend
mentioned
to work
something
on spirits. Yeah.
I mean,
Okay, 'cause Bjorn's
magic seems to
wondering
work
how
on
much-
everything.
Yeah. Yeah, it's usually like magic, and then if you don't have that, silver will work just a limited degree.
There we go.
I mean, it
Okay.
depends. Like we got to operate on like trying not to use meta knowledge.
Yeah.
All right. Whodunit?
I'm just kind of going on our background, me and Whodunit, since we actually are familiar with undead.
Yeah.
He chops down with his axe, and you dodge it rather easily. But as it moves past you, you feel like deathly cold. And as it strikes the ground, the rock actually shivers a little bit, and parts of it crumble away into dust.
Oh, that is extremely not good. And do not let him touch you. I think he is aging things with extreme rapidness when he makes contact.
Yeah. So the dead is a danger of such spirits.
Is that all your turn?
Oh no, Mr. Bang is
Okay.
going to do his thing.
Go for it.
So yeah. Ooh, that was scary.
And this is force attack, right?
Yes, indeed. Force damage. She bang. And the little
Oh, there you go.
the
17
little
works.
ventriloquist doll opens up his mouth and actually goes bang bang. Force beam flies out.
He shot me down, bang bang.
Yeah. I teach him words. I teach him new words soon. You'll see. Do I hit?
That does hit him.
Ooh. Yeah, 7 points of force damage to unfortunate spectral foe.
Mr. Bang points at him and opens his mouth, and the force bolt goes through him, and he winks in and out of existence, and then the light fades from him, and he stands there for a moment straight up, and then his eye explodes. It's almost like an implosion backward with spectral blood coming out, and suddenly there is an orc crossbow bolt that springs from his left eye, and he slumps backward and hits the ground, and with his last voice before he disappears from view, he says, "Where are you, my love? I can't see you. It's so dark." And then he's gone. And in his place, there is only an orc crossbow bolt.
What?
Yeah, you defended this place with honor. Yeah.
Yeah, and I will say, Sarah and Ray, please guide him.
Yeah, I will pray. Yeah, I will help her with that. I will pray to Elistray that he finds his home in the land of Dumathorn.
I'm gonna go over there.
And I will say this. And I will say it in Dwarven.
I'm gonna go over there. I'm gonna pick up the bolt, and I'm just gonna break it over my knee.
Okay.
And drop it back down to the ground.
As you do
like
that,
I just I look
the ground.
I know this was like all probably how things were going to shake out now. Haven't seen what I've seen, but like Whodunit gets a pretty melancholy look on his face.
As you watch it, the bolt appears to be aging hundreds of years for every 5-10 seconds it's here, and it's already beginning to lose its it's beginning to rot and warp. And so the broken pieces there look like there'll be no more within a matter of minutes. So
it's kind of like long live Walter
right?
Jameson, where he basically crumbles into dust within a minute.
I wish I wish we did not have to end up doing it this way, but
It was regrettable, but I don't know that there would be too many
Yeah.
easy ways to get past him peacefully.
but
We did what we could.
he is free now. He is free.
Yes, that's what matters.
Yes, it is. So you are left with, in front of you, and you should be able to see the door, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Whoa, why is this movie let me stop? All right. The door is there. You just had a very poignant encounter, I would think is a good word to use.
Mhm.
But the door is locked. And beyond, perhaps, lies a tomb. What do you do?
I check the door for traps.
I will give you guidance as I
Ouch.
give you impart some of my luck.
Thank God for your bonus there.
So roll the,
Okay.
and you-
All right,
you can-
16's got to
you can-
work, right?
You can add D4 to it as well.
Okay.
Oh, 20 then.
Well, no, the
Oh.
door. 19.
All right, 19. Yeah.
All right. You check rather thoroughly, and you don't find any traps. Looks clear.
Looks clear.
Hold on.
That is rather
Yeah.
ominous, isn't it? Well, it
on.
looks clear. You feel you can almost see him putting the little parentheses up.
You,
It
at
you,
looks
you
screen.
said it was clear. You said it
clear.
was clear. I said it looks clear. How's it look now?
You
Looks
know,
clear.
at this point, I feel like the Scooby Gang trying to go into a haunted mansion.
Well, to be fair, when I attempted to open the door, it did not explode in my face.
That's true. That's
Not
just
exploding
like
in the face is always a plus.
Always a
that's
plus.
just like the best scene from the movie Pitch Black, though.
Yes, it
It
is.
is.
And I love that movie, by the way. But yes,
The whole
Yep.
Yeah,
series,
yeah,
man.
yeah. Several big fans of that movie
All
here.
right, I will attempt to unlock the door.
I will assist
Wow.
27. You unlock the shit out of that door.
as if you
Steve-
need me.
Steve unmakes the door right out of existence. All right, Steve. Sirius unmakes the door right out of existence. It just disappears completely.
Now
But,
that's how you pick a lock, dude.
It's also a very good trick.
very quickly, with a few deft twists, you put the lockpick in, you put the lockpick in, you put the lockpick out. You shake it all about.
Do the
door
hokey pokey.
open. Yeah, and you hear the satisfying click of a lock being undone, and you can open the door, which I think you just did.
Yep.
And you walk into a room. You open the door, and in this room, you see a large carving on the back wall of the room, and in the center is a great soaring. And there's a coffin on the rusted ribnets of a dais, a stone dais that looks like it has fallen apart with age. The coffin is made out of crystal, and inside you could see the remnants of a suit of women's plate mail. And inside the plate mail are what looks like the remains of a dwarven woman.
Is the plate mail shiny? Is the plate mail shiny?
The plate mail looks like to be incredibly well preserved.
As in not affected
swing
by the
my
5,000
wand of detect magic.
Okay. You cast detect magic. The plate mail, the actual coffin radiates a slight enchantment. The plate mail does not appear to be radiating any enchantment, but you notice for the first time that in one of her hands is a sword that she is clutching, and the sword radiates an enchantment, but it's a strange enchantment. You're not sure what it is. There seem to be several different enchantments woven into it.
Seer says, "Excuse me," and he closes this door in case any of their friends come back.
When you say
that's
that
one
it
idea.
looks well preserved, does that mean that it looks unaffected by time, or does it look like there is some kind of aging on it?
It looks like unaffected by time.
Okay.
So
That's got to be a very special metal then.
That's what I was going to ask. Does the metal look like?
Or
Does
it's
the
been-
metal look unusual, like mithril or something like that?
Or
Didn't
it's
you
been
say the crystal
hermetically
coffin
sealed.
itself was also magical?
Yes, it was radiating
Yeah.
a slight enchantment.
Is her body preserved or visible?
Her body, it appears almost mummified, but for 500 years at least, it looks like it's incredibly well conditioned. You would expect dust, at this point, but her body is in pretty good state of preservation, all things considered. You also, like I said, also on the back wall there is a large carving and mural that is painted, and it's covered with dust, but it looks to be rather extravagant and very elaborate.
I'm gonna go take a look at that.
Yeah, let's take a look at the mural.
Okay.
I'll use prestidigitation to start cleaning it off 1 foot at a time.
Okay. It takes a little bit of time, and you're careful to do it. And as you do this, one step at a time, you notice that the carving and the painting and everything is incredible craftsmanship. I mean, the kind of thing that you have, if you've ever seen it in your life, you've only seen it very rarely. And it's
Does
probably
it look dwarven?
It does, and it's probably, if you could get it out of here somewhere, would be almost priceless. As you begin to uncover the whole thing, you see that the carving is telling a story or setting a scene. The whole back wall of the tomb is one large carving painted in at various points. Even some of the rock and stuff seems to be seamlessly been inlaid with different color rocks to give different effects. So it looks like paint, but it's not. It's different other rocks and crystals. In the center of the carving is a great soaring tower standing over a cavern, and this cavern appears to be sunk into the ground with only the dimmest of light up above. You can almost feel the weight of the earth just by looking at the carving, looking at this tower sitting here. On the left, you see a young knight defending a doorway against a great force of orcs. And towards the rear of the host of orcs, one evil-looking orc, much taller than all the others, is taking aim with a crossbow. And on the right, it shows a sad but beautiful woman, all clad in armor, engraved with the silver horn, stepping out to her death from the high window of the tower over a chasm as a host of orcs bursts into the room behind her.
I'm guessing
that
that
symbol on the
knight
armor?
is our friend behind us.
Yes.
Dude, bum everyone out.
What are you saying, Jim?
The silver horn symbol is on the armor that the woman is wearing.
So somebody came in and made that after this happened?
Probably whoever built the tomb.
It was made to commemorate. It is
Or
our
like,
story. And then I point to the door that we entered, and his story as well, it seems, perhaps.
yeah.
It seems that the battle might have suffered casualties, but it was not the ultimate fall. There was time to bring these people here to this place of rest and to commemorate their memory here. What an extraordinary work of art this is, I say, as I'm like looking over true wonder of the craftsmanship of the dwarven people.
She killed herself rather than be captured by orcs.
Yes, among the dwarves, this would be considered an honorable death.
Sometimes
The last
death
act
is-
of defiance.
Yeah. Sometimes I can tell you, sometimes death is better.
Sometimes dead is better. I love the Pet Cemetery quote.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, let me say it the right way. Sometimes dead is better.
That's right.
I am of two minds. I can understand. On the one hand, I don't believe that the lady will be needing these accoutrements anymore. On the other hand, I feel quite bad about disturbing her grave. She seems honorable.
I say we leave her in her crystal coffin. Leave her be.
Yeah.
I want to know what those guys were willing to fight so hard for this room for. And the only thing I can really see of any real value is that armor.
And the sword.
I don't
But
think
Bjorn-
they knew, Bjorn. I think they just found an ancient dwarven barrow, assumed there would be great treasure inside. I
And
don't
look,
think they had any idea.
look, there is also more door. More door means more crit. More crit means maybe more treasure.
Yeah.
Okay. That works.
Okay.
Have we investigated just this? Have we detected that there's magic coming from the sword? But do we know anything about it yet? Can we do a
Yeah, we
history
need to
check on it or
identify that.
something?
I can't do that, but I can do an investigation of the room.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Bolsha.
Yes.
Yeah. How long can you speak to dead? They cannot be too old, can they?
No. Within the first 10 days after their death.
Yeah.
I'm
I
fairly
think
sure
we're thousands of
5,000
too
years
late.
exceeds that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was wondering if perhaps if we were to take things, I would like to ask her permission
Yeah.
to see if her sword could be raised in the service of the world once more.
Yes. That would be an honorable way to use it.
That's up to y'all.
Yeah.
Again, it's I would feel better if we could ask permission, but if we cannot, I have no desire to disturb the final resting place of this lady.
Just we can call ourselves archaeologists. That way, it's not a bad thing.
That's
But
what
then-
Devlin would say, but he's not here.
But then we have to put pieces in museum. That is what famous archaeologist Fairun Jones would do.
So you investigate the room.
Mhm.
You don't find anything else, but you do find what has already been pointed out, that there's a door to the south.
Yeah. My only other reason why I'm thinking about at least bringing the sword with us is we don't know what it can do, and we don't know if it could be dangerous or not.
I mean, that's a fair point. Or we could open the enchanted coffin and the centuries-old dwarven hero could attack us.
That's the other problem.
Also a possibility.
Without
Can I do a
being
history
able,
check to see if I know anything about the sword?
thank
Yeah,
you.
I'll help her with that.
Sure.
18 plus 2 is that 20?
So
no, that-
you got a total of 20 or 27, 25.
Hold on, am I reading it? I'm not reading that. 25. I'm sorry, I wasn't reading that right.
So you think back, and you don't recall anything about this, but you do kind of cross-reference it. You're looking at her, and then you're looking at her on the picture, and you look close, and you see that she's clad in the same armor on the carving, but that the woman there has a mace attached to her belt as she's about to step off of the tower.
I don't
And
think
then
that the
as you
sword is hers.
look more closely at the sword looks like it is of ancient make, and it is definitely Dwarven. As you were checking it out, though, as you were looking and examining and trying to figure out, the historical perspectives on it and everything, you notice that there are tiny Dwarven runes etched into the sword blade.
It's a long sword.
Yes.
Does the sword
I'm a
look
call.
like does the sword look like it was the sword being wielded by the warrior in the picture?
Not that you could tell, no.
Okay.
In fact, that warrior was not holding a sword. He was holding a great axe.
Oh, okay, my bad. I thought you said sword earlier.
And you said it looked like there were odd enchantments on it.
Yes.
I will look up and
Alufia,
tell them that there are dwarven runes on the sword.
I would add it with
Alufia,
it being enchanted.
do those enchantments look anything like the enchantments on Talon?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and compare the two because I have Talon on me.
You look at them and they do not.
Okay.
That you are able to read some of them. Go ahead and give me an intelligence check.
Okay. I could appreciate some help. Who done it?
I will impart some of luck to you.
Okay.
D4.
All right, D4 with whatever I get, yeah, because intelligence not my best stat.
Or I can, I don't know. Can I also help so we can have advantage plus the guidance? Can I assist, or can I do one or the other?
One or the other.
Okay, which one do you want?
You have a good intelligence score?
Not great. It's 11.
Well, let me ask the DM this question.
Yes.
In order to identify, I suppose I could just look up the spell. Do I have to actually have physical contacts?
Yes. You need to be able to thoroughly examine it, manipulate it, look at the enchantments upon it, examine the item, the whole thing, and touch it while you're casting a spell. Because basically the item is the component.
It does say it is touch. All right. All right. So,
I do have inspiration. Would that work if it fails?
That would allow you to re-roll a saving throw or something like that. So
yeah, it does work on ability checks.
All right, so
it does roll an ability check, so you could get a re-roll for it. So
okay. All right. Okay.
Well,
so are you helping me, or are you giving me guidance?
I'm going to help you, so that way, like if in the worst case scenario, you'll end up with 3 rolls.
Okay, that'll work.
Do I see a 20?
I credit.
Do I see a 20, son?
So you got a total of 21?
Talking about?
Okay.
Yeah.
You start reading the runes, and they actually make your head hurt a little bit. They're in a very ancient form of Dwarven, but you're able to make out a couple of words. The first one is animate. The second one is defend. And the third one is slay.
Yeah. So I see runes that say animate, defend, and slay. It seems a little ominous.
No. I think I understand. The sword.
Yeah.
The sword.
Yeah.
It is what we call a dancer. The sword that you activate, I believe the sword flies about the room and attacks as its own creature.
So it may have been left to protect her rather than being buried with her.
Indeed,
Protect
if we
her.
are to open coffin, we might find ourselves facing a very dangerous sword that fights on its own.
Yeah.
Or they could be command words. Do you know how to pronounce?
Yeah, it could be command words.
Animate
Yeah,
in
that's
Dwarven.
possible. Yeah.
I gotta ask. Why are you not mentioning that just reading the runes gave you a headache? That screams of curse to me.
No, not necessarily. I mean, my intelligence is not that high, so I could have been straining, my wits to find out what those words meant. And plus, I just don't see Eleutheria admitting, too much discomfort.
Okay.
At least, as someone who crafts magical items, this is my assessment. I believe the sword can fly about and attack on its own.
Yes, but for us or against us? That's the
Will
question.
it do that without an owner?
Depends on the enchantment.
Yeah.
There are spells that one can lay that will lie in wait for opportunity, if you will. Things that can be triggered ages upon ages after the passing of the caster.
Well, there's nothing we can know for sure until we try to identify it. So, do we want to try?
I'll be over here while you work that out.
Yeah.
I don't blame you for that attitude. I really don't. But I think we need to find out.
I on the other hand, you're right next to me, so I got your back.
Yeah.
Does anyone think that whodunit with all of his figures behind him looks like Shiva the Destroyer there?
I am created.
He does.
Shiva, the Destroyer, the Shatterer of Worlds.
Yeah.
Do we want to see what's in the other room before we
wanted to know all my
try to get the
secrets? Now
sword?
you know I am God.
So Bosa asks, yep. Go ahead.
Yeah, do we really want to disturb the sword before we see what's in the other room? It may give us answers that we seek without having to disturb it.
Fair point.
We can look.
Last question before we do. Did you say she appeared to be holding the sword, or it was like laid over her ceremonially, or beside her?
She is holding in her left hand the sword.
Okay, so she is
and the-
actually holding the sword.
And the sword is pointing downward, so it's laying like along her side.
Hmm.
While y'all work out the moral quandary here, I'll be checking the store for traps.
Okay.
Yeah, go do that.
Oh, jeez.
Cirrus, you do indeed find not one, not two, but 5 separate traps.
Holy cow.
Okay. I was just gonna step away from there.
Smart.
I don't know what if we're still debating this, but Eleuthera, if you go ahead and do your thing, I'm here to fight the sword if it comes to life.
I do have one question. You said there was an enchantment on the coffin.
Yes.
Can you identify the enchantment you done it?
You could.
I can, if you will, feel free to wait for a time. I will use a ritual. I will spend time in study.
Sirius
Yeah.
just looks over his shoulder and says, I'm going to
Yeah,
be
you can
busy
try
here
that.
for a few minutes, so
Yeah,
we have time.
You know what? As a matter of fact, if you are doing that and that is ready to go, boom, 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 I will do it from this side of coffin.
yeah. Okay. I will no, I'm not moving. Yeah, Kodo is on my shoulder. Although I'm thinking about maybe not doing that. Okay, let's flank it.
It takes you, what is it? Identifies 10 minutes?
Anytime I cast a ritual, it's 10 minutes plus the casting time.
Yeah.
So that's going to take 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Cirrus, these, just looking at them, these traps appear to be incredibly complicated. I'll put it that way. So each one will probably take you between 2 and 3 minutes just to figure out what's going on, and then another minute or so to try and disarm it.
Plenty of time to identify them.
You're looking about 20 minutes to disarm all the traps.
Eleuthera, is there a reason you moved away from me?
Yeah, I'm thinking, I'm just trying to make sure that we don't get any surprises either from the sword or from the trap door.
I'm I'm kind of muttering as I'm looking. It's like if we free sword, then the sword attacks us. It will do us no good if we have to destroy thing we covered. No.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have a hard time fighting this thing from across the room if it comes to life.
Oh, it will come to you.
You could move. You could move.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out if this is a strategy thing, like you're trying to stay away from me for a specific reason.
No. I'm not trying to stay away from you.
Okay.
I'm trying.
She was trying to stay
I'm
away
trying
from
to be.
me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the door. Yeah.
Well,
We don't know if it's going to blow up in our face.
Okay.
I have myself noticed that other than swimming in pond, you do not seem to want to bathe. I mean, there's no shame if that is your culture. I just wonder.
I used to bathe.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's not a sentence you hear often. I used to bathe.
Yeah, when I finish with this, I freshen you up if that is okay.
Oh yeah, prestidigitation, all that kind of stuff.
I'm not going to
we take
try
him to the bathhouse.
Yeah,
I'm not going to try this rapid fire, but Cirrus is going to start working on the first trap.
Okay. So you kind of poke around, and it takes you several minutes to figure it out.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Yes. Psychic dice,
17.
please.
What? Were you doing that with a disadvantage or something?
No.
Oh.
No, the 25 was my checking for the traps.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Go ahead and give me a dexterity check, please.
Oh, shite.
Oh, that'll do it.
Okay,
26.
okay. He's dodging.
Cirrus, you hear a click, and you feel more than see, hear, or sense, or you see or hear something happening beneath you, and you dodge to the side. So go ahead and move yourself to the left of the door. And 4 swords come up out of the ground and skewer the ceiling above before retracting back down into the ground.
Jeez.
Whoa.
Okay, 1 down.
So we're pulling full-on indie stuff in here.
It looks like it, yeah.
Okay, now, did that trap reset?
That's what I'm wondering.
You go ahead and check for traps again.
Oh, dear God.
Yes, indeed. This side of the coffin is placed to be.
Oh, shit.
Now, while they're doing that, Boja wants to stare at the wall to see if anything might change on the wall.
While everyone's doing this?
While
Or
they're
just-
checking, whether we're doing the traps and whatnot, just to see if there might be the way dwarves like to work with stonework, if anything changes on the relief as he unlocks the doors. Unlocks
Did
the
Boja
traps.
pick some mushrooms in the forest?
Go ahead and give me an investigation check.
Oh, she has a good point.
Yeah, I could do that.
1 pill makes you larger, and 1 pill makes you small.
13?
You look closely and watch, but you don't notice anything.
It is
Okay.
entirely possible that the traps could be disarmed by hitting appropriate points on the mural, but I don't have time for that level of engineering. Okay, so I rolled a 16 on my check, but in my defense, I know the trap that went off and what I was attempting to do
Sure.
when it happened.
So you look, and very expertly and very finely crafted detail and precision, the trap reset itself.
Oh, not good.
Man,
All
man.
right.
You know, I'm a little disturbed. I got to admit, I'm a little disturbed that the door beyond is more heavily guarded than the body of the princess here.
Yeah,
If
that
that's
bothers me too.
princess.
That
If-
sounds to me like they're protecting something important.
I am positive that sword's going to jump out and kick our asses now. If they weren't so worried about like trapping the outer doors of this place.
Well, you're also assuming that she's actually the thing that was here to be protected.
Well, then-
Yeah,
you know,
that's why.
oh, damn it. I'm
Yeah.
trying really hard not to.
No, I was going to say I don't think that that's the case. It could very well be that she's a decoy.
Sirius is trying again. 26. to disarm
Yeah.
the first trap.
You fiddle around, and for a moment you feel like you got to dodge aside again. And then with a very satisfying click, the trap retreats. The mechanism unlocks, retreats, disappears. Boja, go ahead and give me an investigation check again. Or a perception check.
Go Boja. Go Boja. Get you look.
I could help her with that.
Okay, perception would be better. And is that with advantage with his help?
Sure.
Okay.
You should also have inspiration as well.
21.
Boja, you watch very closely, and then when you hear Sears sigh, wiping his sweat, and there's a click from that side of the room, you hear the slightest imperceptible click and see that one of the swords carried by one of the orcs on the far side of the engraving depresses slightly.
Okay. And I'll let them know. I'll point that out.
I want to investigate this mural and see how many orcs have similar swords.
You can go ahead and investigate the mural.
Oh, give me a break.
Well, I will tell you that all of the orcs appear to be carrying swords of some type. So,
But that was the sword in front of the door.
Here's a question. Are there 5 of them by any chance?
no, it appears that all of the orcs that are sitting there that are trying to storm this spire are carrying swords. It's just this one particular one. When you undid that one trap, one of the swords carried by one of the orcs, and it appears completely random. I mean, the orc doesn't stand out at all. It's not particularly the most well-engraved orc or anything like that. It depresses. So
I love when Sirius crit fails, it's still an 11. It's still more than 50%.
That's that rogue magic, man.
Oh man.
I want to use my inspiration and do that again
There
and
you
see
go.
if I notice anything unusual about the others.
Got the other swords?
Yeah, in the mural.
Okay.
Oh god, for a second
That's
I thought it was
much
gonna be
better.
another one.
Specifically comparing them to the one that depressed when I disarmed the trap.
You look very closely. You go through with impeccable detail over all the swords, taking a while to do it. You don't see any of the other swords to look any different than any of the other ones, and it doesn't look like any of the other ones would depress. In fact, you actually press on all the swords, and none of them depress at all.
What about her mace?
You could give me another investigation check.
No, I'm just going to press it
Okay.
with my mage hand.
Okay. You press on the mace. Nothing happens.
Okay.
All right.
I'll be down here avoiding the floor.
Yeah.
Number 2.
Jingle jinxing out of the way of those swords.
25.
Okay. I take it, Bozo, you're still watching the mural?
Yes.
Okay. Once again, with incredible amount of skill, and you really do have to give whoever crafted the traps on this door an incredible amount of credit. You are able to very narrowly bypass the next trap, and it unlocks and it retracts back with a, almost noiselessly. After thousands of years, it still works almost flawlessly. And Boja, knowing what to look for this time, you see that the mace actually does retract or depress into the wall.
Recedes.
Yes.
Okay, and I'll point that out to everybody as well.
I'm starting to wonder if this whole door isn't a decoy. All right. Number 3.
I was going to say it could be the real doors behind the mirror.
Hey. Who done it pops up his head for a
29.
second. Hey, wouldn't it be funny since you say door is decoy? Like we spend all this time opening door and like a killer stone golem comes out to kill us all. That would be
I
good
don't
for
care,
it.
dude. Whoever put the work into these locks is someone I want to meet, but not as much as I want to get through the locks that they set up. This is just exquisite craftsmanship.
Agreed.
You, this time, knowing what to look for, you are more able to easily defeat the lock. But once again, it's just incredible craftsmanship. And this time, surprisingly, you see a brief flash of light as it goes back, and you see a dwarven ruin flash briefly and then retreat back into the lock mechanism and disappear. Boja, you see a piece of flame or part of the engraving of flame that was made out of a separate piece of rock depressed into the wall.
I guarantee you that was going to fireball the room. I'm glad you succeed on that one.
And I'll point that out as well.
This is like the best day ever.
Cyrus is so in his element.
29.
Ooh.
You just keep getting better and better. This time, you really do know exactly what to look for. And once again, you're able to defeat the trap. You see another flash of a glyph, and it disappears from view. Boja, once again, looking, you see how do I explain this? The air that the dwarven lady was about to step into flashes the whole section, and then the whole section depresses into the wall.
Wow.
Nice.
All right.
Another elemental trap of some sort. Yes, very clever. Like serious, I wish I too could meet the maker of this. I would like to learn some of the secrets of this type of artifice.
Come on, Timora.
Oh, good roll, baby.
26. And let me know if it needs to be higher.
It might need to be higher.
Oh, psychic dice, come on. Yes.
34.
Yes.
Damn.
Max.
Yeah.
As you are picking the lock and are disarming the traps, you're about to make the final twist of your tools when you get the sense that just a tingling in the back of your brain that if you don't do one extra twist and one extra push here and there, that something really bad is going to happen. And so you take a few extra seconds. As you do so, you hear a satisfying click of the trap being disarmed. All of the other traps then slam back into place, the trap mechanisms in the door, and then retreat. All of the depressions on the wall push back into place, and the carving is whole once more.
Yeah.
And the door is unlocked.
Very cool.
Oh man, that was going to set off everything at once.
How? Yeah, and what happened with the sword? The identification.
Were you identifying the sword, or were you identifying the
case? I can't touch the sword, so I've got to identify the case.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Whatever you're identifying.
The
although I will pause a moment to give Cirrus a nice little slow clap.
The enchantment. As you go in and you're casting an identify spell and you're running your hands along this crystal coffin and moving around it and examining it and spinning your senses into the enchantment to figure out what's going on, you for the first time notice, not so much with your actual vision, but almost with a magical sense, that there appear to be runes in the bottom of the crystal coffin that are emanating the magic. It's like they're not on this plane; they're on a magical plane, but they are engraved into the coffin there. And once you're done examining it and figuring out all the enchantments, you figure out that the runes are emanating necromantic magic, but it's not giving off evil or a sense of malevolence, more a sense of preservation and peace.
This
Okay.
is very interesting.
So they're trying to keep the body preserved.
Yes, the runes, they are not quite here. I think they are actually inscribed into the Shadowfell itself, the place between the borders of life and death.
That would make sense.
Exquisite. I second Cirrus's opinion of the craftsmanship of these people is nothing short of it, but exquisite.
My adopted father's people are extremely good craftsmen, and it would seem that his predecessors are no less so.
Oh, it's remarkable. I have seen wonderful works created by sylvan creatures and elves and gnomes and even other dwarves, but I have never seen anything to quite match this. And I literally take my hat off to the makers of all this and give like a little deferential bow. Oh, in the presence of a true genius.
Okay.
Is there
But it
anything?
doesn't look.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Nim. Is there anything that looks like it is impossible to open in my investigation?
Is it? Say that again.
Is there anything about the identify their investigation I just done that makes me think this crystal lid, this crystal casket cannot be opened?
Absolutely not.
All right, everyone. I have examined. This seems to be a tomb of preservation.
Yeah.
Do we Do we be brash and bold as I was earlier, or do we move on and see what's behind door number 1?
Yeah. Honestly, I think what's behind the door is probably more dangerous.
I think the way is kept by those who are dead.
Yeah, that is clever. In this, I'll tap my monocle. In the spirit of pirate I once knew, in the spirit of One Eye Willie, and I will pull open the lid of the crystal casket. Fortune favors the bold.
Everybody go ahead and roll for initiative.
Shit, I knew it. I friggin' knew it.
They really want us to fight everything, huh?
Well, we are raiding a tomb.
Yeah, but, I was hoping we wouldn't have to fight her. Okay, let me...
Nothing else is going to be the sword.
Yeah.
I guarantee you that sword is going to animate.
Okay, it's, I'm 21.
Okay. And
I'm rolling my advantage. All right, 23. Yeah.
All right, so Bjorn is there. Got you. Hold on just a second. I need to add in.
Oh, wait a second. That's weird.
Yeah, you rolled with Mr. Simeon.
I was about to say, it rolled on Mr. Simeon. What the hell? Even though I must have hit the wrong sheet.
Here, I get rid of Mr. Simeon.
Yeah, okay, here we go. Proper initiative.
There you go.
Oh, that's so much better.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, Mr. Simeon, step back. I take this one. You're just a fraction too slow.
Damn. That's good. Okay, let's do this one.
Oh, shit.
Oh, shit.
It's right in my face. Oh, yeah. Let's do this.
That's a very cool looking sword, I might add.
That is a very cool looking sword. I really don't want to destroy it. If we could.
I don't want to destroy it either.
If we could claim this thing. All right, some dual damage to the sword, if that's possible.
Okay, I'm actually at the top of the turn order.
Yeah, hold on just a second, and then we'll go ahead and get this.
Well, my thought is I want to run over and attack that sword as soon as it appears, so that it does not attack whodunit.
And then I want to turn off that damn thing that Wizards of the Coast keeps doing before I roll it again and do.
Oh, is it still doing the advantage all the time?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's like unless I go through every single thing and turn it off one by one, which I'm going to have to do at some point. But
isn't it technically Roll20 that's doing that to you as opposed to WotC?
No, they set up individual characters, for all of these monsters and everything, but set everything to always roll advantage and always roll crit damage.
Well, you could always just do what everybody else does. Like when it rolls the advantage disadvantage, just take the very first roll, and that's the roll. Just true. Ignore the second roll.
Okay, so
if it's going to be like this much of a slowdown,
to the top, Bjorn, you're up. So as Whodunit opens the lid, the sword rises up out of her hand, flips around a couple times. The runes all along on both sides of the sword flare to life and glow with an eerie blue light that is iridescent. And the sword begins moving threateningly towards Whodunit.
I'm just shouting like, I knew it. I'm kind of excited, but I'm like, oh, I knew it. I was right. Oh, I hate being right, but I was right.
Is it too late to apologize and close the coffin?
I'm about to apologize with my axe, if that helps.
Yeah, I can try to say, if you're intelligent, we mean no harm.
Bjorn's at the top of the roll.
In Dwarven, by the way.
Well, Bjorn is up, so.
Okay.
All right.
So
that's not what Bjorn does. Bjorn hits.
You know what? Before we do this real quick, give me an Arcana check, Whodunit.
All right. I'm good at those.
As the sword pops up. I'm just going to give you this real quick.
Oh, damn, that was almost a 16.
Oh, really? I'm so good at those. That's the best I got.
Yeah, if you have an inspiration, you could use it.
I do.
Or you could use guidance on yourself.
I do have inspiration, and I will use guidance on myself this time as well.
Okay.
All right, so let's roll with the Arcana again, and let's add this funky little
18.
D4 to it. Now let's make it a
20,
nice
baby.
20.
Enough. As it moves and hovers in the air and it threatens you, you recognize the expert construction of a construct by an artificer.
Fantastic. Oh, this is a chamber of wonders.
Let's break it.
Oh,
I
you
I'm
Yeah.
just waiting for you guys to finish.
just don't want it to
talking
break
about
us,
it.
but yeah.
And with
Oh,
that, now
beautiful
we go.
craftsmanship.
now we
All
go
right.
to Bjorn. You can admire the
Okay.
craftsmanship as it tries to carve you up. Who done it?
That's
I
right.
will. I will.
Right.
I will appreciate the beauty of this thing as it tries to run me through.
I'm going to
Mhm.
reckless tack, and I'm going to go ahead and -5. Give it a shot.
Okay.
All right. So that would be 22.
22 is a hit.
I would hope so. God damn.
And if I say it's
so
not a hit, what do you do?
that's right. So that's 13.
And did you add your rage bonus to it?
Yes,
or are
that's-
you raging?
yeah. That was. I am raging. It was 11 by itself. So 13 with my rage.
Your great axe slams down onto this construct, and the metal bends and deforms, and pieces of it break off.
No!
And the sword appears to be losing some of its attitude and altitude, but it's still animated and ready to go. which
No!
I think-
Do not break! Do not break! Do not break! Oh, this thing is precious work of art. What are you doing?
And
I
I
mean,
think
I know
Saving
it's
your
saving-
life, you dumb
I
rabbit.
know, but there
I
must
think
be
Bjorn-
another way.
I think Bjorn has a second attack.
Yes, I
Or-
do.
Or to ape a friend of mine from a while back, it's solid gold.
All right. So that's 25 on the second one.
That's a hit.
All right.
Oh no! Oh no!
And
Oh.
9.
Oh precious! I fix you! I fix you!
You spin around, hold your axe over your head, and smash it down, and the sword breaks in half.
No!
The ruins
No,
flaring to life and
no.
then disappearing completely, and then it falls to the ground.
Oh,
the
I
luster
just
gone.
grabbed the pieces. No!
Yeah. Yeah.
What are
Damn,
you
Bjorn.
crying about, man? I just stopped it from attacking you.
I was
So-
going to capture. Oh.
Bjorn, that was impressive.
Yeah.
Sword
Thank you.
rises up. Bjorn just womp womp. Nope.
That was.
Thank you.
Yeah, that,
I mean, I'm just
yeah,
kinda like-
hopefully you
I'm
can
kinda
fix it.
I'm taking
Meanwhile,
the
my ass
pieces and I'm
spent
like
45
stroking it
minutes
like,
over here trying not to get killed by a door.
Yes.
I'll sadly
Yeah.
put the pieces in my hat. We'll see.
All right.
Maybe I
Yeah,
can fix.
well.
Maybe I can fix.
Yeah. Well, we can at least check out the mace and the armor now.
There was
I
a
would like to
mace.
point out that whodunit is more concerned with the sword than he is the fact that I just killed it for him.
But it's you don't understand, Bjorn. Like you are so pure and simple. Like this good thing, true, but like this like
Yeah.
So
how do
Speaking
I?
of through, I
If it
was
can be
afraid
made,
the
it can
sword
be
was going to
remade.
run you through.
I've got you.
Well.
I've got you. All right, Bjorn. Imagine you find the finest ale ever crafted by any humanoid, legendary ale. Like, oh, this is pure nectar of the gods. Will give you greatest drunk with no hangover. And then somebody opens cask and just pours it all on the floor. That is how I feel.
Because it was going to kill you.
He was going to try to kill me. Might not succeed. I had planned. I make
Okay.
attempts.
I'll tell you what, I will keep that in mind for next time.
Well, only for things of artifice. Kill
Yeah.
everything else that tries to kill me. It's like goblin, bugbear, giant, all of that. Cirrus, maybe. I don't know. Sometimes
Let me just add that if this sword was truly all well and crafted and just awesome sauce, it probably wouldn't have been so easily destroyed by my axe.
Well, look at
That
it.
is a
Got
fair
you
point.
there.
Well, look at it this way, Bjorn. You are a legendary fighter, are you not?
Well, apparently the sword is not legendary.
All right.
So
So
sadly, no.
let's check on the other stuff that's in the casket.
So, you just look at it, or were you going to cast detect magic again? Or
Would you like me?
Well,
to
no. I mean, what would it say? It's not going to say anything that we didn't find before.
No,
Sure.
like the armor or like whatever else.
The armor or the
like,
mace is what I'm concerned about.
Yeah. I can go ahead and identify again.
well, there actually is no mace in there.
The
Oh,
mace is
okay.
on the mural.
Oh, it's on the mural. Okay, I thought it was in there.
Yeah.
Okay.
The armor appears to be of very fine quality, but it is just standard steel, although the symbol on the breastplate is of mithril silver with gold inlay all around it.
That's pretty.
Oh.
Yeah.
Serious. You
How-
are seriously not going to take, are you?
Dude, I'm on the other side of the room. All I said was that's
Okay.
pretty. I'm
Just
not prying
checking.
it off the dead woman's breastplate.
All right, just checking. Just
Not that that would be out of character for you.
Yeah,
Just
I would
saying.
have a problem with doing that, but
Yes.
especially
like
since
to
it
roll
doesn't
another-
seem to have anything of value.
Would it be a religion or a history check to see if I can identify the symbol?
History check.
It was the Order of the Silver Hammer, wasn't
Yeah.
it?
Would you
Order-
like some luck?
It was the order emblem of the silver horn. It was the order of the
Silver Horn.
Yeah, you
Okay.
had remembered that before, or had recalled that you had heard about this long dead order that had died out about 500 years ago.
Plus
So-
T-Bone mentioned it.
Yeah.
Mm.
So the last time there is
Good old
any
T-Bone.
recorded written records that you remember, and you remember them from the monastery, or you're in a monastery, correct?
Correct.
The last time I remember reading anything about that was this. There was this Order of the Silver Horn, which was devoted to clearing the orc infestation in the north and protect dwarven kingdoms. But it had died out. The last remnants of it had died out 500 years ago.
Okay. I'll impart that to everyone.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm saying a blessing to Sarah and Ray.
Yeah.
I think we should just let her rest.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think that it's not worth tampering with her. And I'll say a prayer to her and Dwarven.
Cool.
Okay. So we closing the casket back up?
Yeah, I think we should.
Let's close. Yeah, keep her preserved. Let the magic continue to do its work.
Yeah, I'm not up for grave robbing a hero.
All right. So let's see what's going on down here. I will use, even though I disarmed those traps, I will use my mage hand to open the door.
The door opens rather easily on its
Open the
hinges
door.
and opens up. So you walk in.
Yep.
As you walk in, you say Yahtzee underneath your breath. There
Because we're
are
Harley Quinn all of a sudden.
yes,
Or what?
there are several
Watsy.
overflowing treasure chests along the back wall, filled with gems and other magic items. And there are 3 items on this large dais. And it looks like this may have been intended to be a resting place for the night. But these 3 items are here instead. And they are in cases similar to the one to the crystal coffin. And all 3 of so they're encased in boxes, but made of a similar material to the crystal coffin that you just opened.
All right.
What are these items?
One is a suit of armor. It looks to be splint mail. One is a mace.
Bippity boppity boo.
And the third is, let me double check, an hourglass.
Hmm.
Now that's interesting.
Time, Tono.
Time for detect magic.
Nice one.
You cast detect magic.
I do.
Well, the crystal enchantments all radiate magic. So
Okay.
it's similar magic to what you saw on the coffin. The mace radiates a strong enchantment. However, the hourglass and the suit of armor glow so brightly that you're afraid you're going to go blind, and you cannot detect this enchantment because this magic because you've never experienced a magic like this before in your life.
Anything else in the room glow?
No.
Okay.
Let's see. It was
Not
the
that-
mace.
And that mace is the same one from the mural, right?
Not that Eleutheria could see anyway.
When she casts detect magic, does it glow for everybody, or is this something just Eleutheria can see?
I have
Just
to
her.
check on that. Yeah, I think it's just
the
her.
caster.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, all these
Oh,
things are
sorry.
magical, and two of them are extremely magical.
All right, it was the mace, the armor, hourglass, and what was the other thing?
There's the base, the armor, and the hourglass, and then there are treasure chests. Several of them are like overflowing, and a couple of them
I mean
are closed.
the magic things, the things that just glue for a loop.
It was just those three things, and then the
Okay.
boxes that they're contained in. So,
Okay. Just trying to keep a track of our ill-gotten gains as we go.
Sure.
When they very magical, are we talking about possibly divine?
This is
I don't know.
unlike. I mean, she could try and make an arcane check, but at this point, I can say with some certainty that Eleutheria has never encountered a magic like this before.
Well, I have not encountered a magic like this, and not in all my time in the Underdark. So we're going to have to be very careful.
Eleutheria has patron of goddess. She would know if thing was divine magic.
Yeah,
Okay.
it doesn't seem to be. It seems like it's arcane, just very powerful arcane. All right. Let's see if this works.
Or
22.
perhaps you would know. You also have patronage, so you would know if it's eldritch.
Yeah.
So, are you?
Yes, I could. I could consult Vasera, but I don't think now is the time to do it.
Yeah, we take them, and I identify later when we have more time.
Yeah. So what is the Arcana check? Tell me.
What are you using the Arcana check on? Because
You. On what?
So,
Let's see. The hourglass. That one seems the most odd to me.
You stare at the hourglass and the construction. You throw your mind back to different items that may have been used in this. The best you could determine is you're fairly certain, looking at it and looking at its construction and looking at the way it's designed to be used, that the hourglass does something associated with time. And then when you did cast the detect magic, you notice that there were two distinct enchantments placed on it, and you can deduct that one of them had something to do like with time of some sort.
Yeah. This hourglass appears to have some sort of power over time, but I'm not entirely certain how exactly it works or what it exactly does.
I wonder if there is a connection between, I believe it was the Dwarven Spectre who was aging things with a single touch.
It could very well be.
Perhaps,
But then again, specters tend to have this sort of ability anyway.
Yes, yeah.
I mean, I don't know if it's in being undead or if I don't know if it might be the hourglass in some way.
I have seen ghosts touch people and suck life from them. Though I will admit, I have not seen ghost touch objects and cause it to age before.
You described it. You described it earlier as if he had aged it rapidly.
Indeed, as I said, I have seen ghosts touch people and do such things, but never before objects. So this was interesting and new. But
and the crossbow bolt, I mean, it aged after we destroyed whatever was holding that specter together. So that may have been an after effect. That might have been the bolt that killed him and just was stuck there.
If no one has any objections, I'm gonna just stuff all these items in my hat for later examination.
No, but I am
Yeah,
intensely curious about that hourglass. But as long as we're robbing the tomb, let's see what's going on with the gems and the gold.
Yeah, we have boxes of loot. Yes, almost
There are-
like they are crates of loot, like loot crates of some sort.
It would be irresponsible to just leave this kind of wealth out in the wild where orcs and ogres and goblins were hunting.
You know, since some parties are looking for microtransactions, yeah, the loot box.
There are 4 different chests here. 2 are still closed.
Just
2
a corporate
are
breed.
open and are so full that the lids cannot close. The first one contains various amounts of coin. The second one appears to be full of gemstones. And then there are 2 others that are still closed.
Eleuthria, are those chests magical in any way?
Yeah, I go and check that. Are they glowing at all?
The chests are not glowing.
They are not.
I
They don't seem to
think
be
I think we
magical.
found what they were after.
I think we did.
Yeah, it's best
Yep.
to check for traps once again. This place has been
Yeah.
very
I-
good with skilled traps.
I will check chest number 1 for
I will
traps.
I will give luck.
24.
Well, 2 of them aren't closed. There's only 2
Right.
that are closed. All right.
So the first closed one,
Is
26.
not trapped.
is it locked?
It is not locked.
Okay.
With the
I
26, can you tell if the next one is trapped too?
Unfortunately not.
I will still use my TK mage hand to open it.
Okay. You go ahead and open it, and it appears to be empty at first glance, unless you were peering into it. But when you flip open the lid, you don't see anything inside.
So
Does
Mimic,
it have a bottom?
Are you looking inside?
does it have a couple
Yeah.
of eyes staring back at you?
You
Yeah.
do look inside, and it does have a bottom, and there is exactly 1 item sitting at the bottom of the chest.
Yeah.
This item
Do I see? Yeah. Okay.
Hang
Go
on.
ahead.
is a
single
rose
item
quartz
in a
brooch
chest.
on a gold chain, and is engraved in the symbol of Saren Ray.
Whoa!
Oh, we know where that brooch
Yeah.
is going.
That is, yeah, Boja, this is your department.
Boja, does that look authentic?
I'll take a look at it.
That's just
It's
the oddest
gotta be.
thing.
It's just 1 treasure in a chest that could have held more. That seems to point to some kind of importance to it.
Or something that's going to try and eat us in a moment.
You can go
Oh,
give me
okay.
a knowledge check or a religion check. Yes.
Religion.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah!
that's how you do it.
You look at it, and it does look absolutely authentic, although it looks ancient. It is a form of the religion of Saren Ray's symbol, but a very ancient one. And it is unlike anything you've ever seen before. It is probably of Dwarven craftsmanship, if you had to guess. Expertly made. Yeah, pretty incredible.
I mean, does
I
that
will
seem
hold it.
oddly convenient
reverently.
to anyone else?
What did you say, Cirrus?
Does that
He
seem
asked if that was convenient.
oddly
he has a point.
convenient? I don't.
Yeah. Is it glowing, by the way?
A servant of Saren Ray just happens to be with us, and we just happen to find a brooch from Saren.
Where
I was-
everything else is dedicated to Morden.
Yeah,
Or is it more to the fact that my goddess led me to you, knowing you would come here so I could find it?
No,
There
that's
is
like
also
as
there's
well.
also the question that there is prophecy involved in this entire quest. Maybe there is some connection.
I'm not
Okay.
trying to throw a shadow on it, Boja. I'm just trying to be cautious.
I
The
just
brooch.
happen to believe
Okay.
we are lucky.
The brooch is
Is it-
indeed glowing.
Okay, so it is magical, Boja.
I would expect
Boja
nothing
just
else.
tied this whole thing to fate, so Bjorn is all behind her.
Boja, if you would allow me, I'll use my mage hand, which isn't a spell by the way, that's why I can use it so freely. It's part of my TK feat to lift it out of the chest.
Yeah, I think that this is another thing for Whodunit to look at.
It seems I will
Before we
be
give
quite
it to
busy
you.
this evening.
So you
Mhm.
do exceed Listfoot up out of the chest, and it comes out of the chest with no problems. Kind of hovers in the air. What do you do with it? You're holding it there.
Boja, do you want to take it until Whodunit can examine it, or would you prefer he held on to it with the other items? This is your call.
Like I said, I fear nothing of my goddess. If you are more comfortable with Whodunit holding it until then, I will defer to the group, but I have no fear of it.
As far as I'm concerned, it's your decision,
Yeah,
Boja.
I don't have a problem.
I personally like the idea that she was fated to find it here, so I think she should have it.
Boja?
Then
go ahead.
I will go, give me a what?
I'm thinking. Give me another religion check, please.
Yeah, baby.
That has
I
some
was gonna
serious
whisper
religion.
this, but it would be very
Yep.
long. So none of the rest of you are hearing this unless Boja shares it. Boja, you hear a whisper in your head, and you see a golden flame, a golden light in the shape of two hands emerge, and you seem to be underneath the amulet, holding it out to you. And it says,
Oh, snap.
"This was the amulet of my daughter who served me so faithfully to the Northern people so many ages ago. It protects you from the evils of magic as it tries to slay those who serve me faithfully. Boja the Blessed, take this with my blessing and go forth and do my bidding."
What you see
Wow.
is Boja fall on her knees,
Yeah.
and you just see her reverently grasp that from the hand and hold it, and there are tears in her eyes as she said, "This is a gift from the goddess herself."
Oh, look out. They just cast despair upon her. She is crying and falling in weakness.
And I look at him and
This
said,
is
"Try to
proof
take
of the
it."
fate
And
I was
with the eye.
talking to you about before. Who done it?
Boja,
Yeah.
this, and you instantly know what it is. It is unlike the normal item, this is an amulet of spell resistance and counts as a holy symbol as well.
Oh, wow.
It gives you advantage against all saving throws against magic.
Nice.
Holy
Yeah.
shnikes.
And I will reverently put it around my neck and thank her
Okay.
reverently.
And
Right.
Boja, Sierra says, Boja, I do hope you don't take my abundance of caution as any slight against the gift from your goddess. I am thrilled that it's genuine.
I take no offense. You have not been raised the way I have.
But that's pretty cool.
Yeah. That worked out well.
Yeah.
So,
And
Sirius,
And we
what
know
was
now
your-
that we are on the right path.
and there's nothing
Okay.
else in that chest. I'll investigate it.
Nope.
Gonna lean over to Bjorn while Sirius is
Yeah.
doing his next thing.
So you absolutely look through the chest, and there's absolutely nothing else. This chest was devoted to carrying or storing this one item.
Sirius will look to Boja and say, this chest was here for no other purpose than to deliver that amulet to you.
And I
No.
will just smile and duck my head humbly.
Bjorn.
And I'm checking, the next
Oh,
one for
damn.
traps.
Looks clear.
Bjorn.
you said that way too quickly.
I will check it for locks.
Okay. It is not locked.
I will use my mage hand to open it.
It creaks open, and once again, from the distance, it appears to be empty.
I will look inside.
You look inside. Sitting inside is one single item. It is a chalice made all of rose quartz. Engraved on it are several dwarven ruins, and the symbol of Moradin and Saren Ray, oddly enough, next to each other.
Is that glowing?
It is indeed glowing.
It is glowing. Okay. It is magical, but it could be that perhaps Boja may have some use for this one as well.
Yeah, Boja seems to have hit
Moradin
jackpot.
and Ray. That's
Yeah.
interesting.
It's the Holy Grail.
You chose wisely.
That's right.
I'll use my mage hand again just to lift it up in front of Boja.
Nothing happens this time, Boja. Although you do notice that Sarah says you lift it up, that the bottom of the grail is metallic. You see, it's on the bottom, so it's strange because the rest of not a grail, it's a chalice. The rest of the chalice is made of rose quartz with some stones or metallic inlay, but the bottom of the chalice is actually metal.
Maybe this could be used in ceremony for you. Yeah. Expensive spell component used by divinity magics, yes? Yeah.
It is possible. I will take the chalice with no fear because it has Serenray on it and to study. And perhaps Eleutheria and I together can look at it later to see if we can gather more information on it.
Yeah, I can be happy to help with that.
I'm just curious. Do you suppose that chalice might make ale really awesome?
I knew you were going to say something.
Okay. So there are the 2 chests left. If you open them, the lid's up completely. Like I said, one is filled with gems. The other one is filled with coin. If you go through it and count it carefully, you will find that there are a fair amount of coin in it. 700 copper pieces, 40,000 silver.
Jesus.
We had a motherload.
1,000 gold pieces and 50 platinum pieces with the lady's face from the carving engraved on each of them.
I kind of don't even want it. I really don't want to sell those
700 copper, 40,000 silver. What was the next 2 values?
1,000 gold.
Mm-hmm.
And 50 platinum pieces with the lady's face stamped on them, which might be worth even more in historical value, especially the dwarves.
Yeah. I would like to hold on to at least one of the platinum coins just for to have it for later.
I mean, we're not short on cash, so I don't think we need to go convert it right away.
I'm with Sirius and the Black Diamonds in this case. So these little artifacts, these particular coins.
Looking at the gems, it's strange, but the gems are all arranged almost like a pattern, and they're all gems of moderate value. If you had to guess, and you disrupt the pattern of the gems in this, because it's beautiful, it's almost like a work of art. But each of the gems is probably worth 50 gold pieces, and there are, if you had to guesstimate, think for a minute, at least 600 or 700 gems in here.
Wow.
Of all different types.
And they're so pretty.
And good for reviving Mr. Simeon.
Indeed.
Yes.
Or not.
If there are diamonds, good for reviving everyone in the party.
So now that we have this chest of gems useful for these various things, we're all cool with me keeping the black diamonds, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't really care.
It's not even the money. I just think they're neat.
Spoken like a true collector.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, this is a little out of character. He's not too much into collecting, so I'm a little curious.
Well, is perfect.
I just think they're neat.
Insight check.
What's that?
Insight check.
Yes.
To see if it's his desire or something imposing that desire.
Yeah, okay. Perfectly cut black stones of a dead death god. I can see the appeal.
Sirius has said many times he is more into acquisition.
She rolled a 19. You want to roll a deception check against that, Sirius?
I mean, I'm not trying to deceive her, so I don't know what I would.
So that is a successful insight check. He appears to be absolutely.
I will willingly fail my cross check. So.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, since it wasn't a death crypt, that nothing was influencing it. So
no, that considering where they came from, that's a fair caution.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, we still have these other magic items that we're not sure about. So,
And just to be clear, you want to keep them because they're pretty.
And black.
I'm keeping a platinum piece because I like the dwarven craftsmanship on the coin. I
You
think
also
he's
wanna-
entitled. I think
I
he's
would like
entitled to
to
some
keep-
aesthetic appreciation.
Seriously,
I-
also like to look into the mirror-like surface of the black gems.
Yeah,
Ooh.
they're just cool. I don't know.
I see how it is.
I mean, they're just cool.
So
I don't have another. If you want one, if anyone wants one, you can have one. I just want to keep the rest of them. I think they're cool.
the sun is beginning to get. Well, it's not beginning to get low, but it's
All right,
getting
let's
to
do a
be.
quick. Let's do a quick search
early
of this
evening.
room real quick, just to make sure.
Oh damn! He searched the shit out of it.
You do search the hell out of this room. Funnily enough, you step on a section in the bottom left corner, and it feels less solid. I
Oh,
guess
did we
that's
find
the
a
best
secret
way to
door?
put it.
Do you want another investigation check or?
Nope. You actually get down and you take several minutes. You're like, why does this feel less solid to me? And you examine everything, and the stones are in place, and the grout is in place, and everything. But for some reason, it's almost like you could feel when you stomped on it real hard, reverberations go through the stone into the earth, and then there's some sort of void underneath.
There's something down there.
Okay, let's check it out.
I don't know how.
Does
I
it
don't
look
think
like
I
we
could-
can lift the stone like in the other room?
Nope. The stone, I mean, unless you could take the time to pry out the grout and chisel up, a way to pry up the stone and get the stone out of the place and everything like that. But
Just out of curiosity, does it look like there is an inset to put like a circular chalice on top?
good thought, but no.
I
could have
know.
sworn I had Mason's tools.
I have
You do have
every.
basic tools.
I have
I
every
thought
tool.
I thought you did.
I literally have every tool and expertise in using them, or at least proficiency.
Okay, well, I
And,
was up for trying my
Eleutheria.
Mason's tools on it to try and
Hey.
get it open.
Eleutheria,
for it.
you have the magic aura thing going. There's nothing up with this side of the room.
I'll go ahead and look and see. Is there anything glowing from that direction?
Nope.
Okay, nothing.
So they may really have just built the floor over it.
I don't know how to check with the Mason's tools though, because I can't find them on my thing.
Your Mason's tools aren't on your sheet.
I can't find them.
Let me see. Let me look.
Yeah. Yeah, you should have put it in under tool proficiencies and custom skills on your sheet.
Yeah.
That's on the bottom left.
Sorry. I'll be right back.
Yep, no problem.
Yeah.
No, I didn't add them.
Well, what can I roll to check that?
Lord, stop
You
that.
just want me to roll a d20 or something?
Yeah, go ahead and give me a d20. I'll add. It should add your proficiency bonus to it.
Not just on a d20 roll.
Oh, I mean
But-
that's what you would be.
Are you
Oh,
are
okay.
you proficient with Mason's tools?
Yes.
Yes.
So
depending on the
3
rules
then?
from like the rules from
3
Xanthars, you can use skill checks with a tool proficiency, depending on how you want to play it.
So if you want to do it, yeah, it's demo. You could use it for demolition. So you deal double damage to structures with your weapon attacks, or for your knowledge of masonry. You could use it for perception to spot irregularities. You could use investigation. You gain additional insight, so it gives you a bonus. Or you could do for history to identify stone buildings, day, construction purpose, etc. So
well then, if I can do all of that, then I would probably investigate it first before I bother chinking in, like chopping at it.
and I thought it's supposed to add a bonus to the checks, right, Jeff?
You get to add your
Whichever ability is applicable.
you use
Right.
you use the ability check plus your proficiency bonus if you're proficient in the tool.
Right.
So it's almost like having proficiency in a particular skill, because he wouldn't necessarily have proficiency in, say, investigation. And I will take out. You watch his whodunit takes out his wand.
Okay.
And this intricately crafted wand starts to shift and flex and change a little bit, almost like watching the Lament configuration from Hellraiser. And it shifts and twists, and it does all these cool clockworky things. And it shifts from looking like a wand to becoming a chisel-like tool. And I will lean in and give him advantage as I help him investigate.
Okay. Mike, go ahead and roll again.
Swiss Army wand.
And do an investigation check and add your proficiency bonus to it. So just tell me what your proficiency bonus is, and I'll add it to it.
It's 3.
Okay. So give me an investigation check.
Investigation. There you are.
And I will also give you luck, or add the D4.
Okay. Well, I got 9.
You got plus 3 is 12.
Plus 3 is 12, right? And he's going to give me a little bit more here with the D4.
Yep.
And did he not get advantage for me helping him, or
roll a D4?
Actually, I'm going to go ahead and use my inspiration. Can I use my inspiration and just re-roll that?
Well, you have advantage, so re-roll it again. So
Okay.
Another investigation check.
All right. No.
oh, jeez, Louise!
Roll,
right,
roll a D4 as well to add D4 to it.
Yeah, so right now we're 12 minimum.
It says that it's rolling the dice, and there's this ... Let me try that again.
All right.
There we go.
3. No.
Oh,
2.
now we got the double.
14. You come over and, with your expertise of working stone and everything like that, you knock on it, you kind of stare around it, you go, there's been no construction from this side, but I feel like I'm not going to talk for you. So there's no construction for this side, but you feel like there's a void underneath. Like it could be anything, but you get the sense, that is what Cirrus was detecting, is that there's some sort of void down underneath, but it's not even like directly underneath. It's the kind of void that you get where it just doesn't feel solid. It's like knocking on a wood floor, and the wood is very solid, but there's a void underneath. You can tell.
Okay. I put my ear right up to the stone, and I knock on the stone itself to see if I can hear an echo.
Nope.
Nothing.
I will tell the invisible Mr. Simeon to whisper in his ear, "Nobody's home."
Nobody here but us ghosts.
Well, all I can tell is that there appears to be a void of some sort underneath this, but I couldn't hear an echo to see if so it doesn't seem like there's a chamber necessarily down there. So I don't know. I can certainly break into this if you want.
Everybody give me a wisdom check real quick.
All right, I can do.
Wisdom.
I think I get advantage in wisdom checks.
17.
16. Oh, 12.
I will give myself my luck.
Oh,
as well.
26.
Oh, shit.
Everybody who got over a 15 recalls
21.
that even though it's been an hour and something our time, a little less than half an hour ago, 45 minutes ago, your time, in game time, that as you were coming in here, you found an opening with pickaxes and shovels and a dress and, people who had claimed finders keepers, and
They want to dig up something that's in here.
and it looked like they had been digging somewhere.
They could not have gotten into this room. But they could have been trying to tunnel into it. We just didn't find from where.
Yeah.
Maybe they were
there
trying
was something beyond it. If they'd have gotten past this, I would have heard some sort of echo.
No, but
Yeah.
maybe they were trying to dig from somewhere outside to get underneath the barrel.
Ah.
Hmm. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. I'm not sure it's worth.
I don't
Continuing
feel
to
like
poke.
we're going to get anywhere tearing up the tomb.
No, I don't think so either. I mean,
Course,
we've done pretty well.
Steve
I mean,
got
I
a
can't-
26.
Steve
So-
got
Yes,
a
I did.
26.
I will say, and it was a natural 20 to Eleuthera, you deduce wisely that these creatures, having seen the very dangerous specter in front and fearing it, may have tried to tunnel up and underneath the tomb to get around the specter that way.
Okay. It would seem that what happened was whoever was digging under was trying to get in here, and they couldn't reach it. They saw the specter, and they decided to go around him, which is not a bad plan, honestly. These people that have been digging
No,
these
but
things
luckily-
seem smarter than the orcs we fought.
Oh, that's interesting.
well,
if
luckily we
if,
got here first.
if it opens up on the other side into open space, that would explain why I didn't hear an echo.
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably a passage that they were trying to tunnel, and it just didn't quite get here.
They may
But
not
somebody
have
was
even
trying to get
known-
in this tomb.
They may not even have known how far they got underneath it. They were just tunneling.
Yeah. Looks that way.
All right.
Yeah, I
In
think we're
that
done here.
case, we should probably go back to town. Let Minnie know that we've dealt with what was in this area. And
Yeah,
let
prepare
the
for our
baker know.
concert.
And let the
Yes.
baker, hey, the baker owes us money. Y'all may not know this, but the baker owes us money.
Luthia, why did you just remind them? I mean,
Oh,
I
like-
think they might have forgotten.
Not a chance.
Oh,
I don't think they forget. Not in town, no.
So-
We must keep our commitments as much as I may not relish any of them.
Indeed, I look forward to our grand performance tonight. Our first time performing as a group is going to be tremendous. I feel it in my fur. I'm very excited.
So you go ahead and head back to town?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stop
Before
by
we
and
leave the
let-
tomb,
Yes.
Bosha would like to remove the picks and shovels so that there's not no one else uses them for any of the other barrows that might be around town.
Sure. Certainly.
Yeah.
And serious, I doubt
yeah,
that
I
I
was going to say, while we do that, I'll go ahead and say a prayer for the dead to remain at peace.
What were you going to say, Greg?
I don't think I could reset all of those traps, but I can at least lock this door again and set a trap on it as we leave.
Okay. You can
Cool.
go ahead and give me a roll to set the trap as you go out.
Use your
It's
psychic,
not my
guys.
best work, but it should hold. 20.
That's a good trap. All right. So with that, you leave the tomb behind, and you begin the task of walking a few hours back into town. I'm going to go ahead and take you guys off of this map, and
I would like to do one other thing myself.
Sure.
The first door of the tomb.
Oops.
I don't know if this will work, but I would like to cast Thunderwave and see if I can collapse the entrance.
I don't believe
Sirius
Thunder
would like
Wave
to
works
be
that
here.
way.
Okay,
Good.
just checking.
Shatter.
Yeah, I would rather not do that.
I don't have Shatter.
Okay.
I do, but I don't want to use it here.
So, that's it. You guys go ahead. Once you figure out what you want to do, and and you could try the Thunder Wave, but, and you make an impressive sound. But
Oh, I know what I can do.
Yep.
Hang on. Let me check 100%. Let me check this. My very special magical tool wand. Just 100% because I can do an interesting thing with it. There we go. Purpose tool. Okay, I can do it as an action. Yes. All right. As an action, I will focus my knowledge of the arcane into the wand, and I will gain access to a new cantrip for the next 8 hours.
Okay.
And I will gain access to the cantrip Mold Earth. And just to make things a bit more difficult for any future tomb robbers, that first stretch of tomb that we entered, that first little hallway, I will shift a 5-foot cube of earth at a time and just fill that entire thing up with packed dirt to make it a lot more difficult for anybody to get in there.
So you go ahead and do that. You seal that, and it looks to be well defended once more, even though the brave knight is no longer defending the door. So, and with that, do you guys go back to town?
Yep.
All right.
Surely
Hang
there
on,
must
hang on,
be
hang on.
something
Whoa,
else
whoa,
we can do.
Time out. Jennifer, we can't hear you.
Oh, hold on. I didn't see she came back. There we go.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. As he was doing that, I would have made a prayer to Sarah and Ray as well, thanking her for the gifts and asking for her continued blessings over the tomb.
You feel and sense a brief ray of light, the last light of the setting sun, strike out and hit the tomb, and then it fades away. And with that,
Madonna
you are
strikes a pose.
yes, Vogue.
Yeah.
You know, so, and it does feel like there is some sort of blessing upon it. And now will you go back and do the jingle jangs?
Yeah.
Yeah. Although, I mean, if it's a few hours, I imagine that that would be enough time for whodunit to identify the rest of the items.
Except that he has to concentrate as a ritual spell, and you guys walked out here. You didn't.
Oh, okay. I thought we took.
This is something I was planning on doing as part of my long rest. I'll take that first hour and do a whole bunch of identifying before I go to bed.
So you come back into town, and as you are going up the main road, you see that there's a lot of light around the Swinging Sword Inn. And as you get there, it seems to be packed. There are people all over the place. There's people playing lutes and flutes outside the inn. And as they see you marching into town, everyone cheers. It starts chanting, "Jingle janks, jingle janks, jingle janks."
Bjorn's cheeks turn red.
It's very, very
Thanks
good
so much,
crowd.
whodunit.
You know, this is going to be good. Good team building experience.
I got a team building experience for you.
I know we have fought together, and that is one half of the equation. But now we need to party together, to celebrate, to perform together. I tell you, this would be
look
great.
Look at it this way: we did a valiant deed, fought a heroic battle. Now it's time to drink and be merry.
I'm down with the drinking and being merry. I am not down with being shoved into doing the jingle janks in front of everyone.
With the shouting and the yelling and everything, Kalissa comes out and sees you and throws her hands up. You have made it. I was so worried. They said that you went out of town. But you look like you've been through it. You have chests and all sorts of things.
We would like to clean up a bit, if that's okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, certainly. Go put everything in your room and come back down. And I have hired minstrels to come in and play the official Jingle Janks song that was taught to us so that you can do the Jingle Janks for us. Everyone is looking forward to it. In fact, one of the people in the town, the dressmaker, said that you are personal friends with the creator of the Jingle Janks. This is amazing.
Oh, God.
We're also friends with the actual gnome Jingle Janks, for whom it was named.
It gets even more incredible. Hurry!
The gift that keeps on giving.
I am so happy. I haven't had business this good in months. People have come from local villages and farms miles away to come see this performance today.
And just checking. I'm drinking for free, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay.
I'm going to spend I'm going to spend a couple of minutes cleaning up Bjorn with prestidigitation to a high polish and a very pleasing smell.
So you are all able to go back to your room, and once you are done with that, go ahead and let me know when you're ready to go back down and do a performance for everybody.
Yeah. I guess I go and wear an appropriate dress for dancing in.
Bjorn, you look
And then I
like
pray to
million-
Illustrate for the strength to endure this.
Yeah, your friend Bjorn, you look like million gold pieces. Mwah, thing of beauty. You are going to knock them dead, and not in the way that you normally do.
Sears is actually inspired to prayer too. When he gets to his room, he's going to close the door, pull out his lucky coin, and say, "Timora, you have got to hear this one."
Oh yeah, I have the courtier's clothes. I guess I could wear those.
So
Poor Bjorn, I can just feel it.
I'm going to put my.
You want to put me in a fighting pit somewhere? I'm all down with that.
I'm putting my speakers on for a moment, so you tell me when you're ready to play, and minstrels will come in, and you can all do a collective performance roll. You know, we'll figure. How do you do performance now?
Just do it as a skill.
It is a skill.
Yeah.
You do have
There's a
skill.
performance do a performance check.
Yeah, so everybody can do a performance check, and we'll see how well you do. And
Remember, it
Now,
was
Boja is not
I got
performing because she
inspiration,
has
so
no
I
idea.
will survive this probably.
it was Carlsworth's performance role of 1 that
Yes.
inspired the original Jingle Jangle.
what did you say, Boza? Or Jim?
Like I said, Boja has heard of this, but she doesn't know what they're talking about. So she is standing on the sidelines watching her friends.
All right. So you guys all
It is best that you don't know, Boja.
Are you guys all cleaned up and ready?
Oh,
We're
yes,
all
we will
cleaned
not
up and
miss this
ready.
for the world.
Yes.
Yeah, I
You
have my
said-
flute and all that.
You
So
said
as
she brought in minstrels and such.
yes,
Oh,
as you
yeah,
come
Mr.
down,
Mr. Simeon and Mr. Bang are wearing coat and tails and beautiful red ties and sashes. Oh, yes.
Everybody-
Beautiful, very Hollywood.
everybody cheers as you see how beautiful you are as you come down, and a mini stage has been erected, and the minstrels see you. And as they see you, they break into the official Jingle Jank song, waiting for you to rush onto the stage and do your performance. And you hear the music roar.
All right, Bjorn, Eleuthria, they brought in musicians, so I'm with you. Let's do
Hear the
it.
music.
Just let me take a couple shots real quick, and I'll be right with you.
Yeah, who done it? I think we could use some of that guidance when we could do our roles.
Yeah, we will have to do one at a time. I will give you some of my luck. I think you're going to need it. But as it is, I will immediately cast out on the staging area silent misty
Silent
visions,
image?
which is silent image via misty visions, and I will just start. Let's say dancing musical notes are going into accompaniment with the music being played. It's looking very much like Doctor Strange, the Multiverse of Madness. All these notes are dancing around and colliding, and they're breaking off into more notes, and they're forming into giant notes. And it's this really kind of Pink Floyd-esque psychedelic trip of just crazy light show going on in time to the music. Very rock concert.
Okay, hold on for just a second. I had this all planned out, and then I messed it up somehow.
You went out
I
with
just
your
want
son
you to
for
know
his
I'm doing
birthday.
this with a charisma of 11.
Yes. Love it.
Yeah.
All right.
I order my shots. I down all 3 of them, and I'm like, okay, we got to do it now.
Yeah, you need this. Yeah, you needed some liquid courage before you started.
Yep.
I'm going to share something real quick. Can you, once I share it, can you put it on screen for me?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be interesting.
There it is.
Yeah. And as you come on screen, the minstrels begin to play.
They want you. They want you. They want you as a new recruit.
We can't actually do this. We can't. I don't know if we can do this.
Jingle.
Perform, my.
We're gonna jingle. Ain't gonna jinx it on us. We're gonna jingle. We're gonna jinx it on
right.
us. We're going to jingle janks tonight.
right.
Yeah.
Facebook might have an Facebook and
This is
YouTube
going to
might
be
have an issue with
cringe.
this.
All right, we will stop. We don't have to play anymore. I just thought that you guys.
The copyright lawyer's already after us.
Yeah. So, go ahead and give me the performance check. So roll. It is a group performance check. So we'll add them all together. So.
Okay, I will give us
All
luck
right.
in. So
All right.
we'll
Luck,
add this.
and then.
Yes, max 4.
All right. Let's see. This doesn't work. I am definitely using a point of inspiration and fixing that.
All right.
Sears pulled a 25.
It's too good.
So 22 for me, and if you allow me to
Critical fail and now a critical hit.
and if you allow for guidance, I did get a 4 as well for that.
Yes.
Yeah, and I would have had an extra 4, so that's a 29.
Oh yeah, Steve, like Luthria is hating it.
All right. So with the next, did I get extra 4 too? Was that for everybody or?
I think he's doing our aggregate roll plus 4, or
Yeah.
is that just for me?
Okay.
It's just for
Well,
you.
I got a 9
Okay.
then.
But yeah, you guys, it's too good. It's too good. So,
Like
you
Mr.
guys.
Mr. Simeon and Mr. Bang are dancing along too. They're doing the whole dance. It's like, yeah.
At Boja, you're standing on the sidelines, right?
Yes, I'm watching.
You see your 4 companions who just a while ago were fighting orcs and ogres and goblins and then specters and animated swords and everything else suddenly begin gyrating, thrusting their hips out, moving their hands about, and doing a dance that looks like they're preparing to die suddenly by being invaded by a chicken who has been poisoned and drunk dwarven ale all at the same time and moving around. And somehow or another, they do it so well that the people all begin cheering and throwing copper pieces up on the stage, and soon their feet are buried in copper pieces as people cheer and yell and begin to pound on the tables. And as the minstrels trail off, everybody hoists you up on their shoulders and goes, "That Jingle Janks, you are legends." And you, for the rest of the night, are inundated with food and ale and offers of companionship and everything else as people throwing articles of clothing. You actually see the old grandmother throw an article of clothing up on the stage. She's so happy with the Jingle Janks, and people are crying and happy. And then they go home, and the inn is oddly quiet, and you're surrounded by all of these things, and knowing that ill-gotten, or no, actually well-gotten treasure lies for you up in your rooms. But you have become legends in this town, not for any heroic deeds, but for a strange dance that is sweeping across the north.
And Boja looked on first
This
in
is for you,
curiosity
Carl.
and then horror.
Boja do what?
First she looked on at curiosity and then it just went confusion and horror.
Yeah, if it helps Boja, we don't get it either.
So
Let's see. Do you have a value for the copper pieces, or is that just for funsies?
it's probably 400 or 500 copper pieces.
All
So.
right.
Okay.
Good Lord.
Yeah. That's like a tiny fraction compared to what we got in the tube.
Yeah, but for a
Every bit counts.
bardic performance,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah, let me-
pretty
let me-
astonishing.
No, I would say the happiness of the people that we performed for is worth its weight in gold.
Yeah. Besides, artifice is not that cheap endeavor. I will take all I can get.
Okay.
Boja, actually, since you
Hey,
had
baby.
mentioned-
Have you ever done it bunny style before?
Boja, can you give me a perception check, please?
Oh, this would be good.
Come on, Boja.
Okay. You perceive that you are horrified by the Jingle Janks dance.
Don't worry, that's our reaction to it as well.
Utterly and completely horrified.
So the inn begins closing down, and it appears that Halia has never been this happy. Or not Halia,
Kalesa.
Kalesa has never been this happy, and she is so and just incredibly elated that everything's going on in the business, and and she's bustling around and cleaning, and everyone seems to be in good spirits, and so you're left to go wherever you want. Although the treasure leaves is up in the rooms. Also, your beds are up in your rooms, and you are tired after a long day's journey, or you could continue on this evening to seek out more adventure. What is it that you wish to do?
Well, Bjorn took a heavy hit in that last fight. So I think it might be a good idea. And also, I think we have some spell slots we're going to need to refill.
Not to mention, Bjorn is absolutely wasted.
Yeah.
You also have,
and I have, and I have a prayer of thanks to make to Eilish Stray, and as I dedicate this into her honor.
You also have 4 separate items that you have
I was
not
about to say,
identified.
I am going to be quite busy tonight with my own preparations.
Yes, it would seem so. I'm actually wondering if it's possible to fix the sword somehow, or if anybody would know how to do that.
I am going to investigate that matter.
Okay.
So, do you have the slots and everything prepared to be able to cast Identify on all 4 of the items? So
it's a ritual. I don't need slots.
It's a ritual. He doesn't need slots.
So you have the chalice, the mace.
I just got to spend the time.
The
40 minutes
armor, and also the hourglass. So, go ahead and let me know what you want to identify first.
Well, the hourglass is the most interesting, so I would like to go after that first.
So, you set the hourglass and begin casting the ritual and moving around it. You are overwhelmed by the level of magic radiating off this hourglass. You have never encountered anything like this before.
Now, this is in my room alone, just so you know.
Okay. Literally, it is pressing against you. It threatens to rip your mind apart with the level of magics involved. And you do indeed find that there is a time magic involved, but there's more than that. As you begin looking at it and examining it, you realize that there is a quite and powerful I'd have to look at what the exact sphere, but they're quite powerful magic woven into it that go along with the time magic. The two have been welded together and then infused into this hourglass. And this hourglass has a unique name, a true name that is unique in the universe that you find with your identity. It is called the Ark, or the Hourglass of Invulnerability. And when you have this hourglass on you, once per 10 day, you could turn the hourglass and roll a d20. And for d20 turns, you are invulnerable to all slashing, piercing, bludgeoning damage.
Sounds like something Bjorn could use.
Magic or otherwise. And this is an artifact level item.
Yowza. I'm guessing that other thing is an artifact as well.
What does that mean?
It's a
This is serious magic.
It's the kind of item that could only be made on something like the Spellforge, for instance.
Okay.
Yeah, like this is big magic, like Black Razor or the Eye of Vecna. Like it's top tier. It's big daddy magic.
Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, once per 10 day, you can turn the hourglass upside down.
And the ice cream truck is here.
Yeah.
And for a d20 number of turns, you are invulnerable to all basically mundane damage types of any type that attack you, even if it came from a magical weapon or something. It basically just doesn't hurt you.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah. Definitely something that a tank should be using.
And it takes one attunement slot. So
Yeah.
you do have to attune to it.
Oh,
Right.
Yeah,
let me-
I would imagine so.
let me,
Let's look at the magical armor next.
Okay. This is another artifact level item.
Oh shit!
Ooh.
This armor radiates an incredible magic, and it is named the armor of Lady Kaylee.
Ooh.
And it was a gift. This splint mail is magical plus 2 splint mail. However, when you wear it, all of your ability scores are raised by 1.
Damn.
I would not mind having that.
That is super pimp. All right. Last but not least, let us look at our pretty mace.
This is a mace plus 1 of flames. It does an additional 1d6 flame damage. However, this mace was wielded by the Lady Kaylee. Anytime you deal flame damage, except for the mace's damage, you add an additional 2d6 of fire damage as well.
Damn.
All right, hang on. There's a 1d6 plus a 2d6?
No, it's 1d6 flame damage, but any other flame damage you have,
While
deal.
you're wielding the mace, you deal an extra 2d6 of damage.
For example,
Oh,
fireball.
We got to give that to Bojan.
Yeah, that's Boja's. Yeah.
And because the mace can erupt into flame, it casts light like a torch.
Okay.
So you can basically put the mace on fire.
So she has 2 magical maces and can club like nobody's business.
And her fire just got even more deadly.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, those fireballs are going to be
Base
doing some
fireball
nasty
just
damage.
went to 10d6.
Yeah. Oh.
And then there is the chalice.
Oh, this is an attunement. I take it as well, right?
Yes.
That's good.
All of these items have to be attuned.
Okay.
Chalice.
Yes. The chalice is a unique item. Called the Chalice of the Spire. Underneath it is writing in Dwarven, and if Eleutheria is there to help, it says to commemorate the union of the Church of Seren Ray and the Dwarves of the Spire and their patron god Morden. This gift of the 2 gods is entwined and entrusted to the kingdom forever. And as you examine it and figure out its magic, once per day, you could pour any liquid into the chalice and cite the phrase, the activation phrase, and it turns the liquid into a potion of superior healing.
Oh.
Huh. You want that whodunit?
Why not?
I can't find. I don't have any slots to attune that to, and
Yeah, you're going to have to attune something.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I can't even find any of the stuff that I'm supposed to have attuned to me, like the ring.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, you can just go and list it.
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out offline.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
It's 6:30, so we're still good.
Yep. Yeah, we can do something quick and stop if we want.
All right. With all of that going on, one last thing I will do for my night's preparations is I do not recreate Mr. Ophidian. Instead, inspired by some of this that has gone on, this strange and powerful magic, I put my mind to working on a different infusion, and I create a special needle. And this is a needle that will create a spell-wrought tattoo. And so it's a consumable.
Okay.
And it will allow me to cast one first-level spell of my choice from any class.
Okay.
So
All
that's
right. Yeah.
my infusion.
Okay. So
Just
the
trying to decide
armor.
what spell I'm going to do.
All right. So yes, you're saying that the armor is a +2, and in addition, it's 1 point to all of my stats, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and adjust those.
But so it's splint mail +2, and then +1 to all the stats.
Yeah, that's going to change my armor class quite a bit. So
and it requires attunement. So
yeah, that's not a problem. I'm going to unattune the Dragon Guard armor and wear that. It's fine. 16. Oh.
What kind of armor is the Dragon Guard armor?
It is a breastplate.
Oh, that's good. I can wear medium armor. We'll do a little swap.
Yeah, if you want it. Yeah, if you want it, that's fine. I don't think I can make my charisma 21, can I?
No.
Yeah, okay, sounds kind of
not unless the items say that you can take it above 20.
Oh,
Some
and
items,
item can, yeah.
Okay.
I thought you were talking about like adding points to it.
Yeah. Well, the item has to specifically say it can do that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you get stuck at 20.
You're calling them. I'll change it or not. Depends on you.
It is an artifact level item that unequivocally raises all your.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, so I have 21, Chris. Jesus Christ. Well, okay, now it's letting me do it.
All right, so you realize that means you're doing all the jingle janks dances now.
Oh yeah,
with your 21 charisma.
Believe me, after the jingle janks thing and getting this, I'm really leaning towards doing Bard next level.
Well, so with my 11 charisma, I will never be asked to do the jingle janks again, right?
Yeah.
Slow down.
I will say right now that there are, even if you go and do something small outside, it's going to take, we'll just get into it and it'll be over. There's nothing small that we can do in 20 minutes. So it's up to you guys. Okay. We could do some light role playing, or we could call it tonight and then pick up where we are next week since you've come in. So it's kind of a short session, but I think it was a good session. So
yeah, it was a good session.
What do you guys think?
Well, yeah, if we can't get into anything else, then we can't get into anything else.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple other places you could go, but basically by the time you got there and everything, you'd just be starting, and then we would have to wrap up. So,
All right, hold on a second.
So I'll leave it up to you guys. Just, you let me know what you want to do. I know that Greg.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out my armor class. Hold on.
You had a pretty hard, fast 8 or 11 tonight, right? So.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. But it's only 10. It's coming up on 10 where he's at, not 11.
Yeah, it's 11. We got an hour and a half.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. We can roll for an hour.
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, hour and a half. Yeah. So yeah, let's just we'll have our long rest, and then we can go and do whatever we need. Whatever.
That's what I did this morning before coffee.
Why was I thinking we were coming up on?
Because we normally stop.
We're used to ending at 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the squid of Umberly getting me. So. All right. Well, then.
Okay, so you guys want to start with the morning, unless anybody has anything to do in the middle of the night?
No, the only thing, again, Boja would have done extra devotions, and thanks for everything we discovered before she went to bed, but that's the only other thing she would have done.
Yeah. Yeah, and I would have given my devotions and dedications to Isle Stray.
And that was mostly just to see if I came to him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So
yeah.
you guys
I can.
basically retire to your rooms, and Whodunit does the cast the identify ritual.
Did you say the chalice also requires attunement?
Yes, it does.
Okay, just want to make sure there.
Well, I mean, I don't know how we're going to work this for later, but I will attune myself to the what is the thing that I can roll for the invulnerability?
The hourglass.
The hourglass.
The
Yes.
hourglass of
Once per
invulnerability.
10 days.
Yeah, once per 10 days. I would save it for a major boss fight, honestly.
Yeah. Save for something
Oh,
big.
totally. But
Like the next, when you find that white dragon again, twist that sucker over.
right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He'll run away then.
All right. So looks like my armor class is now a 19.
Cool.
Wow.
And yeah. Oh yeah.
Your
And of
armor
course
class is
my
higher
yeah
than
my
mine.
yeah.
So I guess in the morning, I will tell you all what my findings were, and then we'll begin our horse trading, deciding who gets what. Steve, the armor that you're wearing, does that require attunement?
Yes.
It does, and the Dragon Guard does as well.
Oh wait, I mean the Dragon Guard, the stuff you're wearing.
It does require attunement, yes.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. And yeah, so it's going to be the AC plus your Dex modifier.
I mean, does it do anything cool? Because it's called Dragon Guard.
It is absolute protection from the breath weapons of all dragons.
Holy shit!
Doesn't matter what type.
All right.
Yeah.
Also, we should probably
So somebody should wear
probably
that.
have technically divided things up before we went to bed so that we could all attune as we were.
He had to
Yeah.
identify.
I mean, if
Yeah.
you want me
Yeah.
to do that, yeah, we could meet up beforehand.
Yep. You need to meet with me anyway because I have to translate the chalice for you.
Also, what do you plan on doing with like excuse my language, shit ton amount of coins and gems that are going to be sitting in the middle of this town?
I've got extra dimensional space to hoard things like you wouldn't believe. You guys don't even know one thing I've got going on.
Okay.
That I haven't demonstrated.
Yeah, that would be safest. I agree.
I mean that's up to you. Who done
As a
it?
matter of fact, you know what, Nim, I will I gotta figure out the weight because we're doing a long rest. I will definitely yes. So we'll go ahead and expose this. You guys aren't aware of this, but as we we excitedly talk about we decide who gets what and all that. As I go back to my room for the evening, I touch the ring on my right index finger. I have Mr. Simeon waiting with his hands out below me. And as I touch the ring and I say, Baba Yaga, I disappear and the ring drops into Mr. Simeon's hands. Meanwhile, I am in a 20 by 20 foot space within this ring. And it is styled very naturally. It's very reminiscent of the Feywild, but it has overtones of the White Court. And in some ways, it definitely resembles a certain walking house piloted by the Mother of Witches. And within this space, I hang up a sword that can bring people into an undead existence. And I set up a stand, and on that I set black armor, which heals the Chosen of Merkil. And I will I'll deposit a few other things, but mostly I want to put those here.
I thought that armor healed anyone.
No, Chosen of Merkil.
Yeah,
I thought it was crafted for the Chosen of Merkil.
it was
but the
crafted
healing
for
worked.
it was crafted for the Chosen of Merkil. It could heal anyone.
Oh, it can heal anyone. I thought you had to be a devotee of Merkil.
Well, as long as you are a devotee of, it was crafted for a Chosen of Merkil. Yeah. You had to be a devotee of Merkil, and it would heal you that way.
Oh,
so
okay.
It would like basically being his version of Elminster.
Yeah, you get regeneration. So
yeah.
Two.
Chosen are like demigod level power.
Odd thing for a god of death to put in his armor.
Let's see. What was it? Was that a plate armor then? Who can wear that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
was a plate.
plate armor. So, like, yeah, Cirrus couldn't wear it anyway.
Boja, I think, is the only one who might be able to wear it.
Yeah, I doubt Boja would wear
I
it.
really don't want to be honest. And honestly, the Lady Kaylee armor to me is better.
And in that case, like, so if nobody's claiming that right now, plus there was the obviously I'm wearing the cloak, but we also had the armor of Umberly that we do not want to pair with the cloak. And
right. Keep that locked.
That will definitely go in here for safety.
Where's your sense of adventure?
Hey man, I brashly opened 2 dangerous things and got paid for it.
Yeah. Speaking of, I think we need to figure out if there's a way to fix that sword.
That will be something else I've done because we have collected a lot of money, and I will have to go through some of the DMG stuff and consult with them to see what sort of crafting will be allowable and what I need to repair. So thoroughly broken a magic item, if it's even doable.
Cool. So, with that, you wake up in the morning, and the town, you wake up late, and people are clearing out of the breakfast room, and you find that several gifts have been laid outside your door. The people are thoroughly impressed with everything that you've done for the town. And as you make your way down, your breakfast has already been laid out for you, and Calissa is kind of huddling and fluttering about and very happy with everything that's gone on. She's like, you got it. Thank you so much for getting back. The performance is wonderful, and anything that you need, let me know. But people are buzzing out there. You've brought such joy to the town. Brought such joy to me. You brought such coin to my inn. I can't thank you enough.
Yeah, your joy is our own reward.
I'll be rewarded with drink, thank you.
It's a little early, but I could get you something if you'd like.
It's never too early for my friend here.
We're a little busy at the moment. I should not get inebriated, but I will definitely be back later.
Very well. Well, you will never have to pay for drinks in my inn again, or at least until
all right.
I feel that everything is evened out. But at this point, you have brought so much business and joy that I'm saying this, that you are allowed to drink here for free. Your money's no good here.
We're definitely coming back to Red Larch.
Yeah.
Nem, I sent you a whisper.
Okay.
In the meantime, my friends, there's still great mystery. We have solved one, but there are many strange things going on here. And
I'm not seeing it.
Yeah.
And
we have other
patron,
leads we need to look into.
Indeed, my own patron has warned that there are still many dangers that will shrivel the soul if we are not careful.
Yes. There's still the matter of the cult.
Indeed.
There's also the guy we were hired to kill.
Oh,
that as well.
I should have whispered that to Cirrus, but Cirrus, that's for you. Everybody else.
I know Bjorn, you're looking forward to that.
As Melissa Melissa wanders by doing his work, I'll just ask him, how's things going? Anything new in the world?
Looks around and goes, let me clear these dishes away real quick, and then I'll be right back.
Let me give you a hand.
Okay. And Cirrus begins clearing dishes again, Boja.
I'm like,
I will get up and follow because I will.
Cirrus will very quickly turn back and make a psychic connection and say, Boja, please don't. I'll explain later.
I will sit back down and say, okay.
I appreciate it, and they appreciate it, but I need to have a conversation.
I'm going to look at Eleutheri as like,
private.
Is this really so common with your friend? He is very oddly helpful for someone who claims not to be very good.
He is very helpful to those he considers friends.
He just met this bar lady.
So You follow into the back room, into the kitchen, and then there's the area where they store and wash the dishes. And he kind of looks around and he goes,
I will not send Mr. Simeon.
Megabar told me to keep a lookout just in case. He said that you might be associated with the network. Is that true?
I'm a friend of the network.
Well, I don't know if you noticed, but during the Jingle Janks, which was excellent, by the way, where did you learn to do the Jingle Janks?
A close friend of ours actually created it on the spot to entertain some gnomes who were having a very rough time.
He must be a genius and an incredibly, impeccably dressed and well-groomed man.
He's a huge pain in the ass that tried to kill me once.
Yeah, that is not a
Literally
very good
tried-
understanding of Call's rule.
Well, he's kind of...
He's a pain in the ass who literally tried to kill me once.
And let's not forget, he thought he was better than me and deserved the mirror. We can't. We're not forgetting that.
I was watching closely, just in case, and I wasn't able to see who it was, but there were several people watching you from the back of the room, and they were watching outside to see when you came, and different people at different times left the inn while you were performing the Jingle Janks and went, I don't know where. It was rather odd, though, and I noted it. I reported it to the Bangle Bar also.
Thank you. Have you heard anything of this group in town called the Believers?
The Believers?
They make me a believer.
No.
He kind of thinks for a moment and he goes, I believe so, but I'm not sure why.
I believe they're believers.
I've heard that name whispered among the tables at different times. It's not something you would often have. I mean, the only real faith type thing. We have the All Faith Shrine, and the person who leads it is Imdar Relavander, who's a priest of Tempest. Maybe ask him.
A priest of Tempest.
Priest of Tempest, that's interesting. In a town. Is he friendly to the townsfolk?
Oh, yes. Quite friendly. In fact, well, I'm not supposed to tell anybody this, but since you're part of the network, we know for a fact that he's associated with the Order of the Gauntlet.
Oh,
Got it.
that should perk a Luthia's ears.
It would, yes.
Tell you what.
In
And
fact,
I still have them. I still have the
Yes.
amulets.
he's like, since you're part of the network, I can also tell you that there's 2 clothiers. There's quite a few people in this town. This town is a hotbed. I'm hoping that eventually I'll get promoted and get out of here, because I like working, but my sisters and I want something more. But there's a clothiers, and there's 2 sisters that work there, Helver and Megla. And both of them are contacts. He looks around again and whispers even closely, for the Waterdeep Lords Alliance.
Oh, those asshats.
Everybody's in Red Larch.
Now I just got to find the local Harper, I imagine. Sierra said that out loud, just kind of rolling his eyes.
Harper. I think there is somebody associated with the Harpers in town as well. But I think they said they were part of some other group as well. What was it? The Crimson Coxmen? No.
At least tell me it's not Sister Gorell.
The Sapphire No. The Emerald Enclave. Yes.
Ooh.
There's somebody associated with the Emerald Enclave in town, but I don't remember. I don't know that I've ever told them. I mean, perhaps Mangabarl knows, but I don't. But I do know that I've heard that name before around as well.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Now, I'll be telling Mangabar this as well, but keep watch for yourself and your sisters. If my suspicions are correct, and these are just my suspicions, these believers may be associated. Did Mangobar tell you about the cultists I told him about yesterday?
He mentioned that there might be some. In fact, he drew a symbol for me and my sisters. And he kind of looks around, and then in the dust and the greasy one of the greasy pans, he kind of draws a symbol of the Temple of the Howling Hatred.
Yeah. Be wary of them, but also any information or anything you might see or hear about them, I would definitely be interested in. I'll slip him 2 silver pieces.
Well, thank you.
And
But
then
I have another sister, you know.
you have 2 sisters.
Right.
I will give him 4 more silver pieces and say, these are for your sisters. The 2 were for you.
Thank you.
Let me guess, you have an aunt?
I do. I actually have 10. I have 10 ants, but who's counting? So.
Thank you. And if I learn anything further, I will let you and Mangavar know.
You're most welcome, sir. And he looks again, he kind of smiles. And my thanks for an incredible jingle shanks. It really made my night.
Glad to be of service.
Bjorn hangs his head in shame.
Cirrus would. Well, this was in the kitchen. We were washing.
Okay,
dishes. Good. Cirrus will walk out, wiping his hands with a bar towel. And since we still have the psychic link, he'll say to Boja, I don't mind helping out people, really, but I do that because it's a good way to gather information, and I needed to have that conversation in private.
Mm-hmm.
I took no offense. Like I said, I just at the monastery to something we did, so I assumed it could be done in this world as well.
It's actually very unusual in this world, but if I do it often enough, people don't think about it. They think I'm just a traveling bard who's used to helping out for a few coin.
I will follow your lead and only do it if you ask me to.
Thanks. Which honestly isn't really untrue most of the time. It's just when I'm hanging out with these people, I tend to get into trouble.
I can see why.
You mean do good deeds?
He obviously cannot be speaking
Tomato,
with me
tomato.
since we are newly companionated. So it clearly means the 2 of you.
Sears will go back to the table and say, I have some information for everyone, but I need to visit the baker first. Would anyone like a sweet roll? They're very good.
I will take a sweet roll.
I'll bring some back.
All right.
And while they're horse trading armor and stuff, that none of which is coming to me, I noticed, I will wander down to the baker.
Okay. You go down to see Mangabarl. He's there and he's kind of doing his thing. And as you walk in, he kind of does a little jingle janks rather badly, but it looks very similar to the way Carlsruhe did it originally. And says, "Hey, how you doing there, Mr. Jingle Janks?"
Doing well, sir. How's your day?
I'm doing okay. How can I help you? Are we shutting the door, or are we talking about sweets and things?
A little from column A, a little from column B. I will take a half dozen buttered sweet rolls to go. But if we could talk privately for a moment.
Sure. He comes around the counter and shuts and locks the door for a moment, and then begins getting together the sweet rolls and goes, "So, what do you need to know?"
Well, first, I just wanted to let you know that my associates cleared the ogres and orcs and half ogres and goblins and hill giant that were frequenting the dwarven barrow.
Yes.
Ogres and goblins and hill giants? Oh my.
Yes, indeed.
Well, that's quite a good deed. Or are you saying that I owe you some money for that?
Nah. You know what? Don't worry about it. You actually did offer payment, but we'll just call that one professional courtesy.
Well, thank you. So
There
is
was
You
in
really
fact
are
a-
being nice today, Cirrus.
there was in fact a spirit there, but he was harmless. He was guarding the place.
So the little girl really did see a ghost?
No, she saw what I can only imagine was an orc in a dress pretending to be a ghost at night. We found the dress and the getup. That
Can
would
I hear
be-
this conversation?
We're not
No.
Or are
there.
you in the other room?
Yeah,
He's in another.
you're back
He's
in
in
the
another
tavern.
place.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in.
Well, better that she think it's just the a ghost thing. We'll let her believe that. So
Yes. And I'll tell her and her family that it's a harmless one that just wanders.
mhm.
But it was quite the collection of creatures trying to bust into a dwarven barrow out in the hills.
Really, I don't think anybody's ever been into that barrow. It's been there so long; it just kind of sits there. People, the most we ever did, when I was a kid, people would go out there and graze their sheep on top of the barrow. That was about all they did. That's all that place is good for.
Well, and as long as everyone does that, they should be fine. I would imagine though we saw marks indicating great antiquity, so I would imagine it was from centuries ago, and anyone foolish enough to make their way inside would probably face all number of traps that would take just the most skilled of rogues to get their way through.
Did you go
Technically
inside?
true.
Did you find anything?
Technically true, yeah.
Unfortunately, the barrow is sealed off. It's packed with dirt. Once you get in the door, we found the spirit of a sentry who had been there for centuries, but he was released, let's say.
Is there really nothing to report back to the network then?
Nothing there except for the ogres and
Yes.
honestly, the orcs, ogres, half giant alliance tried to scare us off by saying there were worse things around to worry about, like weird creatures out on the plains and folks running around town in masks. They seemed genuinely afraid of something going on in this area.
It doesn't surprise me. Like I said, I think I told you this before. There are people who have been moving around, especially out there by the quarry at night. In fact, the quarry workers refuse to work at night anymore because of these people with masks that are going around. They just refuse. They will not work night shift anymore. There's only day shift for the quarry. And then
You heard. Go ahead.
And then it's just this stuff that you see here and there, and you hear about people being attacked. And then there was that caravan from Mirabar that disappeared. So who knows what is going on? But yes, it's been not good for business, and it appears to be getting more dangerous out there. That this group of orcs and everything thought it was so dangerous that they needed to leave. That is a little alarming, and I will report that.
Have you heard any mention of a group calling themselves the Believers? Whether it's these masked individuals or someone else?
The Believers. I think old Minnie mentioned that to me once. She said something about, what was it she said? She gets confused sometimes. I think she told me once that some of the elders were referring to themselves as the Believers. And it made no sense to me. I mean, we investigated it, and I think that even Melissa said that they heard some people in the inn talking about believers, but we haven't been able to put our finger on anything definite. And with everything else going around, it seems rather mundane, to be honest with you. They, whoever it is can call themselves whatever they want, but we only have the one shrine in town, and that's run by, quite honestly, a not very religious man. He's a priest of Tempest. I mean, he honors Tempest in his own way by bashing things. I mean, that's the way they do stuff. But
I have a friend who would love him.
Yeah, those are the only believers that I know about. So,
well, what concerns me is a group calling themselves the Believers when we know that there are cults in the area attempting to recruit new members.
Well, this is very true. But until you told me just yesterday that there was this cult in the area, I hadn't been able to put those two numbers together and come up with some other number. I think I'm going to make a saying about that sometime. Maybe 2 and 2 equals 7 or something like that. So I don't know. So
Jam Common Core.
2 and 2 and 2 equals 5 for extremely large values of 2.
Yes. Well, when you're part of the network and people are asking you for information, you give someone 2 pieces of information and you give them 2 more pieces of information that they were supposed to give back to you, and you demand 7 gold pieces back in return. So,
That's fair.
Yes.
One more question, if I may, just for my own protection, to be honest. Are you aware of any Harper activity in this town? I'd frankly be surprised if there weren't.
He looks around and he's like, yes. There is a Harper contact. She's not a Harper, but she's friendly with them. She's a member of another group. She owns the bathhouse.
The Emerald Enclave.
Yes.
Halia.
Yes. She's quite a nice lady, but yes, I don't trust her at all.
I don't trust Harpers or their contacts generally. I imagine.
I don't blame you. I agree with you completely. And she's a kind of a liaison. I mean, she is involved with the Emerald Enclave, but I have heard that she has had dealings with these Harper types as well. But who knows what they do over there?
Okay. Well, thank you for your time. How much do I owe you for the sweet rolls?
They're on me. Thank you so much. And thank you for killing all of those nasty nasties out there.
Oh, believe me, it was our pleasure.
Oh, I'm sure it was. You'll have to tell me about it over a pint of ale and then a little dance of the Jingle Janks afterwards.
Absolutely.
Okay.
By the way, should anyone happen to ask about me, we can leave out the part where I arranged the deaths of tribes of orcs. I'm just a traveling entertainer who likes to gossip.
Absolutely. In fact, unless you tell me otherwise, I don't know that I've ever met you. I don't even know who you are. Have you come in here before? Did you order something? I don't even see anybody in front of me right now. It is so strange that I'm sitting here talking with my door closed and he unlocks the door.
I see. We understand each other. I think this will be a very profitable association. And do let me know if you hear word back from Halia, by the way.
Who is talking? This is so strange. What is going on?
I love it.
Yeah, it's very good.
So
Good.
I think the DM gets it's a point of inspiration for that.
So back to you guys at the inn. So Cirrus is there doing all that. So before he comes back with sweet roll, is there anything that you guys want to hash out or eat or drink or be merry or anything like that?
Well, I would like to hear from Cirrus what he found out.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. I have decided what the enchantment on this needle is,
Okay.
and I will stick it to my skin, and the needle will disappear. And underneath my fur, where it's not really visible, a tattoo will appear on my skin. And this will allow me to cast Bless before it's consumed.
Okay.
I was afraid you were going to say you got love and hate tattooed on either one of your hands. So
No, it's
fast.
it's baby and what was the other thing on Meatloaf's knuckles?
don't know. Hopatootie, bless my soul.
Yeah.
All right. That's a rather tasty subject. So
Another great slice of rock and roll.
yeah. All right. So Cirrus, you come back in and your companions are still sitting around there finishing off their breakfast, and they kind of cheer and wave you over with the sweet rolls. So
I brought sweet rolls.
All right.
I'm gonna go out and get some coffee real quick. So talk amongst yourselves in my best Joan River voice. I'm saying that. So
Yeah.
I feel flipped.
Yeah, Cirrus, you might want to tell us what you found.
Yeah. For one thing, there is actually a Temple to Tempest in the town. I don't know how much that's relevant to anyone except he seems to be the local what passes for a religious leader. His praise to Tempest seems to mostly involve smashing things. I don't know if that's normal.
Sounds like
Very
my kind of
probably.
place.
I mean, the god of war.
Bjorn, is this your religion?
I don't know, but I'm thinking about converting.
It's not
On the
unheard of among the Utgard.
There were a few people who were happy to hear about the disappearance of the orcs and others. And
Sure.
this thing about the believers, people only seem to hear it in whispers or bits, and there's just not much information. What I do know is that we were being watched last night, and not just by the crowd who was here to party. I don't know by whom, but we're being watched.
By the bad guys that we're looking for, probably.
Most likely.
Could also be the people from Waterdeep.
Yeah.
The priest of Tempest is also apparently a member of the Order of the Gauntlet, or at least associated with them.
That may be a useful contact.
I didn't tell you that, by the way. If you happen to make that association somehow, please do it incidentally.
Okay.
And the Lord's Alliance has a few representatives in the area.
I mean, they would around here. A town of this size, they probably would. Yeah.
Trying to think if there was.
Still, it might be worth knowing what they know, and it might also be worth knowing if they've gotten any word from Waterdeep.
Yeah, those would be the clothiers, Helver and Magia.
Okay.
They're two sisters.
Yeah.
Okay. I might be able to talk to them.
The Harpers don't seem to have an established presence here, which frankly just speaks to their disdain for anything that isn't openly trying to shatter the world at the moment. But it's rumored that Halia, who knows of Karlsruhe through the Emerald Enclave, is a contact for them. That's neither here nor there, but
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me, and it doesn't complicate anything too much.
just know that whatever we're doing here will be reported to all three groups instantly.
Oh my God.
Again,
We'll keep it in
not
mind.
surprising.
Yeah.
But
everybody's going to have their little contacts here, and they're probably going to report on us.
If we want information to go to any of those groups specifically, we know who to accidentally mention it in front of.
Gotcha. Any leads on where we can go next?
Yeah, actually, thank you. The quarry. This group of masked individuals seems to be gathering at the quarry, and in fact, the quarry workers won't work night shifts anymore.
That is troubling. Definitely worth at least investigating.
Yeah, although I doubt it's. I mean, we can always try to investigate quietly, but we know how that goes with this group.
Quietly with this group, and especially with a certain rabbit, no, I wouldn't bet on it.
But if they're already watching us, we might as well just make it known.
I have many more tricks than you are aware of, my friend.
Sometimes the loud kind of mysterious is the way to go.
Yeah.
I can't help but think if we go to quarry, is a place of natural delving into stone and earth. Bjorn, this might be opportunity to find the killer of the child, yes?
Yes.
It could be that the group of.
Oh no, I'm sorry. He worked for Howling Wind, but we are likely to find.
I was going to say
earth element.
The earth cult very well may be there. That would be a reasonable hiding place.
Well, we do know that the Svervdeblin. Oh, he even mentioned their name, the Black Earth. The
Black Earth.
I think it was the Black Earth. Yeah.
Was it the Black? He mentioned that he had been associated with them before he was recruited.
Yeah.
But and the elders of this town seem to be involved with this believers thing, and the word believers makes me nervous enough when used in such casual ways by large groups.
It does have a cultish sound to it, and as somebody who was raised in the cult, I can tell you that is very concerning.
Can I get an answer to that question? Which way is the quarry? Our dude, the dude we're looking for, went north.
Hold on for just a second, and I will tell you.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm fighting off a giant ginger cat who's threatening to tip over the entire adventure right now.
Dobby.
It's the cat Rask.
Yeah, his name is Dixon the Malevolent. So
that does sound like an appropriate name for an evil cat.
Yes. Well, he's actually not an evil cat. He's a very nice cat.
Yeah.
He's just also a very orange cat. So with all that entails.
I mean, truth be told, Pinhead was polite.
Yes.
Sympathy for the devil, anyone?
So hold on for a second. If you look up to the north, beyond the inn, at the very edge of town, and I will put a circle up there. This is the Stoneworks quarry.
Oh, that's
okay.
That is perfect. So we can stop there on our way north. Very good.
All right.
I don't know how much we're going to find out during the day, but we can ask the quarry workers.
Yeah, that it would be worth at least finding somebody worth talking to.
Perhaps somebody saw him or something at the end of the day or whatever.
Yeah. Now,
I have found in my hunts that it is most advantageous to gather as much intelligence as possible before one makes a move into the unknown.
Says the man who opened the enchanted crystal coffin and the locked door.
We were already there. That is moment of opportunity, no? It was no longer unknown. It was just slightly not known. I leave big things like doors strapped with spikes and flames and other things to you.
All right. So we're going to the quarry?
I think Nim's doing something.
Oh.
Nope. I'm here. You tell me what you
I
want.
thought you
seems
said
the right way to go right now.
Yeah. So the quarry, like I said, it's only probably about 5 minutes walk away from the inn here. So.
All right. Super.
Okay.
Get the lay of the land.
All right. Well, you guys go ahead and exit the inn, and the young stable hand comes running out, and he's like, "Hey, do you want your horses and your camel back, or we've been taking good care of them?" And he kind of itches his palm a little bit and looks around. And he's like, "Or you walking again?"
It was only a short walk. Yes.
Well,
yeah.
Where are you going?
We're just wandering around the town for the day. We won't need the animals.
Really? Oh, okay. Well, I noticed you walked out of town yesterday. Where'd you go? You didn't take your horse or anything? We were a little disappointed.
Oh, you should have been there for Jingle Janks last night. That would not have disappointed at all.
Oh, I saw the Jingle Janks. Unfortunately, I had to run right afterwards. So
where'd you have to run?
Where could you possibly have been going to have missed such a thing?
I've been given responsibility over all the horses and everything, and there were a lot of people that came in with horses, and we've only ever had one camel, so I had to make sure everything was taken together. And
insight check.
I was about to say the same thing. I want to insight check this sucker.
Okay, and he's
21.
lying his ass off.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yep. Of course.
Just enough. Well, I totally didn't figure that. He seems to be a trusting lad. I don't know why. I believe him. I like his face.
You trust him completely.
I rolled a 1. We rolled a 1, but you won, and so did we.
No, that's not good enough. I guide.
Seriously, think he's lying his ass off.
What's your name, son?
You remember me, sir, right from the beginning. I took your horse from you. Don't you remember my name?
I don't. I'm sorry. I'm terrible with names.
It's don't worry. I can tell you my name. I just got to wait while somebody looks it up real quick because I was hoping you remembered the name. So, it's okay. I understand. No one ever wants to remember the name of a guy like me. Yeah.
That's not suspicious at all.
And, we will make up a name for him. Person 1 right now until I find it.
All right, Kel. Your name's Kel.
No, my name's my name's Iron. Iron Felder.
Iron Felder.
Yeah.
Can I tell you a secret, Iron Felder? And I'll lean in close.
Sure.
My friends there, the rabbit and the elephant, they can speak to their horses and their camels. So I know that you didn't rush out to take care of the horses and the camel last night.
That's a good bluff.
Go ahead and give me an intimidate check.
I was going for deception, but I can do intimidation.
You can do intimidate or deception, whichever you want.
Where's them psychic dice?
If I say stepped up behind him with my axe, would that add to the intimidation?
You could give him advantage.
All right, let's do that. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
It was so close to a 20. It was so close.
I know that was right on there. Just ugh.
You see his knees start to shake a little bit, Cirrus, and he looks backwards at Bjorn and kind of thinks about it for a second. He's like,
Iron, I'm not your enemy here, and you don't want us to be your enemy.
Just ask that group of orcs we ran into.
I'm just a stable boy, you know. I was given this job, and that's all I do. And I'm just an enterprising young lad trying to make some money so I can make my fortune and get out of Red Larch.
Did you know that I can summon daggers out of thin air?
No, sir. No, I didn't. I didn't know that at all.
Would you like to see it?
No, I really wouldn't.
Would you like to die with your face in your ass?
Why don't you please tell me the truth?
I will tell you the truth. I'm just an enterprising young lad trying to make his fortune so I can get out of Red Larch.
When Boja hears that, hears that, she will walk up to them. It's like, you know, Sarah and Ray watches over everyone, and she gives blessings to those who tell the truth and punishment to those who lie.
We've done it. We'll step away because he's seen her blessings.
You can either profit and help on your goal to get out of Red Larch, or we can make that process much harder and much more painful. It's your choice.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I've never even heard of Sarah and Ray before.
Enterprising young lad, how much are you being paid not to tell me what I'm asking you to tell me?
I'm not paid to not tell you stuff. I could tell you that. That's a honest to God's truth, sir. That's honest. He looks at Boja and points out. That's the honest to Sarah and Ray's truth.
Insight check.
I'll pull out.
Okay.
What are you not telling us and why?
I'll take off my hat and I'll pull out.
21 insight check.
Hold on for a second. Boja, he is indeed telling the truth that he is not paid to not tell you stuff.
I will look at. That is the truth.
Oh, I believe that part specifically. He's just being very careful about his words, which means he's been coached.
I'll take off my hat and I will pull out the assortment of 30 gold pieces worth of gems. I just start juggling them. Wonder how much he was paid to do and what, I wonder. How much money could it have been and what for? Oh, these are so sparkly. Look at how they catch the light. This time of day especially is good, yeah?
Kind of looks around for a minute. He's looking real nervous. His knees aren't shaking anymore, but
this might be enough to buy somebody's way out of town.
Why don't we step back towards the stables, Iron, so you won't have to be quite so nervous about having this conversation. You can just talk to us about our horses. Would that be better?
Perhaps you'd like to check on the condition of your horses and the camel. He's a very, very friendly camel.
Let's do that, everyone. Let's check on the condition of our animals and make sure they've been properly cared for.
All right, DM, I have a question.
Yes.
Is this an open stable or is it like a barn? What's the situation?
It's a walled off area, so you have to go through a gate and back into a walled area, and then there are a long stable area there, but it's open, so it's not an enclosed barn, but all of the animals are stabled there. And then when there are extra animals, they kind of just hang out in the courtyard. But for the visitors, there's the stables where they were there, but it's open to the air and everything. So
If everyone would gather within this circumference of area, please. I want everybody to come within a 15-foot cube, and I will once again use Misty Visions to create a silent illusion. That I'm
good.
basically doing the camera spoof where like somebody rewires the camera so it's on a loop. So I want to create an illusion of like this space just is like an empty stable looking space.
So, Iron, an enterprising young lad like yourself should learn to recognize opportunity.
Sure, I have. I'm always looking for opportunity.
So
But
I'm willing to make
enterprising
it.
young lads don't want to get killed. You know, the winds and gales can be dangerous.
The winds and gales.
Hmm.
Oh, my friend, my young friend. Do you believe in the winds and gales, or are you simply fearing their bite?
I don't know what you're talking about, sir. I just know that enterprising young lads got to make a living for themselves to do the best they can. And, you know, there's been a lot of strange winds and storms around lately, and I got to get as much money as I can to get out of town while the getting's good. And
Believe me when I tell you that working for me will make that happen much more quickly than working for the people that you're currently afraid of.
you say that, sir, but there's eyes and ears everywhere. And you know, if I were to make an enemy of the wind, that's such a strange thing to say, but I think you might understand what I'm saying. I think I'd have to leave right quick, and even then, I don't know if I'd make it very far. There's some mighty nasty people in the winds. You know, they kind of take up with the wind. If you
I'm
know what
not
I'm saying.
asking you to do anything differently than you're doing right now. I'm just asking you, and I'll take 5 silver pieces out of my pouch. I'm just asking you to tell me what it is that you're doing right now. And I don't mean right this moment. Please just end the word games. Where'd you go last night?
Kind of looks around and he's like, and he raises his palm up like that to indicate higher.
Take out 5 more.
Does it again.
I'll start
You
I'll
give
just
me
start-
something worthwhile, and we can start negotiating.
Meanwhile, I'm casually juggling the gemstones once again. Just with one hand this time, showing off.
A stable master, a young enterprising lad like myself, sees a lot of things, and you know, people just want to know what's going on. So
Who wanted to know
Yeah,
besides me?
there's people that come into town, to the edge of the town. I don't know who they are, but you know, sometimes they ask me to look for specific things, and sometimes they just want to tell me, you know, what's happening. But you know,
And
so
they
other night,
asked you what we were doing.
well, the other night you came in and I saw you and you were interesting, and then so when I talked to them, they gave me, thinks about it for a moment, 50 gold pieces to tell them what you were doing. Is that an insight check?
Yeah. 24.
I doubt he's going to beat it, but here, let's see. He made a good effort. Yeah, he's lying.
Boy, they didn't give you 50 gold pieces or you would not be here right now.
He looks down his shoes. They gave me a gold piece.
Okay.
They gave me a gold piece and said, let them know what you're doing, where you're going. Let them know when you leave, when you come back. And that was all they said.
And if you stop doing that now, you're afraid of the wind.
Yes.
Okay. Do what you're doing. Okay?
Okay.
But I need you to tell me what you're telling them and anything else interesting you might overhear. And I'll give him 2 gold pieces.
Well, sure. I mean, they come to the outskirts of town every night. Or
By the
just about
quarry?
every night. No, not by the quarry. Farther out.
Farther north?
Yeah. I get
How-
out of town and I've got a horse stashed out there. One, I'm ashamed to admit it, but you seem to be, you'd understand. There was an adventurer came through not more than a year ago, and he left his horse here, and then they found his body, and nobody knew what to do with the horse. And so I was told to do something with the horse, so they thought I would go sell it. I didn't sell it. I kept it. So I've got it tethered out there, and I take care of it, and it's my horse. And so when I'm ready to leave town, that's how I'm getting out of here.
Do you remember anything about this adventure?
No, I don't remember anything at all. He was a dwarf. I remember that.
Okay. Look, you keep doing what you're doing, because let's be honest, you're going to do that anyway.
Probably, unless I have enough money to get out of town. And I'll tell you, 50 gold, you're right. I'm out of town.
Well, as long as you keep sharing information with me as well without mentioning it to them, maybe we can get you there. We also have friends in other towns that could help you.
Well, sir, I am an enterprising young lad, and you seem like a nice enough person. And I think that you'll take care of me. But you gave me 2 gold pieces to do that. But it seems like you're doing 2 things. So maybe another 2 gold pieces, and I could do all that stuff for you.
He is enterprising.
I'll give you one more, and this morning. If I find out that you have shared this conversation with those people, you won't have to worry about where you're going to end up next. And
His
I
eyes
say
get
that,
real wide.
and I say that with no ill intent.
Well, okay.
Are we clear?
Roll an insight check.
You're going to kill me with no ill intent? Yeah, okay, sure. And he gets the 1 gold. And he's like, by the way, just so you know, there's some wackadoos in stone masks that show up outside the quarry every now and then during the night. But it's not all the time. I see them every now and then. I don't know.
Have you heard the phrase Black Earth?
Black Earth? Yeah, out on the farm, they're always wanting to be planting their crops in Black Earth.
Okay, that's fair. All right. I like you. So here, you can have the additional gold piece.
Yeah, you knew what I'm valued worth. All right. I'm your man.
I see your value, Iron.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you very
We
much.
can go far.
And those animals are being taken care of in tip-top shape, aren't they?
They are.
Yeah.
We appreciate it. But if you put your palm up again right now, we're going to have an issue.
It's like the top of the morning to you then, sir.
You as well.
A wise man knows its worth. A fool overestimates it.
Ooh. That was
Sears-
good.
After he leaves, Sears just shakes his head and says, "Man, that could have gone better."
I'm gonna linger a moment. I want the others to kind of like walk out a bit. And
Before we
when
go, though, after the boy leaves, I'm like, are we sure we have secured everything so no one searches our rooms while we're gone?
Who done it? You were securing things.
I mean, like, whatever you guys want secured, I can secure, but that means it's on my person at all times.
While you guys are talking, I'm going to go get the coffee I was brewing real quick. I'll be right back.
All right.
Okay.
I mean, if we want to find out if there's a reliable banker or type in town, I'm sure I can do that.
And like I said, you guys don't know about it, but I literally have a 20 square foot house I can put shit in.
You told me you could store stuff. I'm trusting you to store stuff. If you tell me
Yeah,
that we
you're
need
right.
to find outside help, I can find outside help.
Yeah, you already know I can store a bunch of stuff just in my hat that I've alluded that I've got other tricks.
I just wanted to make sure it was secure.
I want to wait for Nim to get back before I say what I want to do. When
Okay.
because
Are we going? Yeah. I was going to say, are we going to go north, or are we going to check out the quarry, or what?
Actually, with what he just said, it kind of implies that maybe we need to go to the quarry at night to catch those guys.
Yeah, but like we can go during the day and get the lay of the land. Get a little bit of intel.
Yeah, I guess we can check out that area to the north. I guess if we're going to.
But like I said, I'm going to linger a bit and let the others start wandering off. Because
do you have to? Do you have to?
Do you have to let it linger? Yes, I get it.
Okay. I didn't catch that one right away.
I think Steve
nice.
just died a little
that was nice.
Not as much as we did with the Jingle Janks, but yeah.
I wish I could high five you on that one. So like I'm gonna sit there like with the kid and it's like you are a rude negotiator. I appreciate. But just so you know, seriously being very nice to you right now. He talks about betrayal. You don't want to do, but let me illustrate the point. Where I have been, betrayal is deadly beyond all measure, and I will not brook betrayal. So, I put in place a condition, and Mr. Simeon hops off my shoulder onto a post nearby. Allow me to introduce my friend here. This is Mr. Simeon. He may look like creature, but he is not creature. He is other, from beyond this world, right? And he has very special powers. He does not eat. He does not sleep. He can watch and observe all times, and he can speak to me from my mind to his mind. And this is best part. Mr. Simeon vanish. And Mr. Simeon will go invisible. Now he watches you all time. And you do not know from where. He will watch you, and I will know. If you do anything to betray us, I will know. And when Mr. Simeon reappears again, his tail is pointed at the kid, and this barb juts out of the end of his tail and drips with venom. And then Mr. Simeon will act on my behalf and put into you. So please, be good, be profitable. Stay true to these others you have made deal with. Stay true to us, but do not betray. Understand?
Be good for goodness sake.
He nods.
Right.
I think I get it, sir. I think I get it.
Very good. Mr. Simeon, you continue to watch, but not visibly, please. And Mr. Simeon will disappear again, and I'll walk away. And as I'm walking away, I, of course, just tell Mr. Simeon, all right, come on back to me.
Okay.
I'll let his paranoia do the work for me.
Awesome. All right. So now you going up to the quarry?
Yeah.
What time of day is it by any chance? Right,
it's still morning. So.
Oh, it's still morning. Okay.
I mean, both of these groups, the Wind people come in north of town at night. The mass people gather at the quarry at night. So if we want to confront or observe any of them, that would have to be at night. Otherwise, we're just gathering information.
Yeah, so we understand lay of land. We look and see spots that are advantageous to us, things that would not be so apparent at nighttime.
I'm not saying we shouldn't go. I'm just saying we won't encounter those.
No, which is why this is best time to do this.
Right.
Okay.
Then we return before sun goes down and we set up stakeout. It's very exciting.
So as you move up the road, it's only a few minutes walk, and you come to a 2 posts set into the next to the road, and there's a sign hanging between the posts, and there's a little weedy lawn out there as well, and the sign reads Melico's Stonework, and beyond that you can see a quarry pit going down into the ground, and there's various laborers working around, and you hear the familiar sound of pickaxes and the grinding of rocks being hauled and moved onto carts and stuff like that. And it looks like this is still a fairly good business that's going on. And you imagine that these carts are probably going to various towns. And you even see the symbol of Phandalin and the Spellforge itself, where people are putting rocks and stuff into carts, getting ready to transport them.
Industrious.
I don't remember. Did we get a description of the guy we were looking for?
No, you did, but
Okay.
you do see there's only one structure here besides the workers and the quarry and everything else. You just see what looks like a small home, and as you come up to that home, if you go up to it, there is a small sign above the door that also says office.
Okay.
So, but that's all you see right now, unless you want to go up to the office and everything. So,
I suppose it'd be worth talking to, say, a guy in charge about those guys hanging out at night. See if we can get any information about that.
DM.
Yep.
What sort of quarry is this? Can we tell what they're mining? Is it just general stone, or is it something else?
It is stone. It's a stone quarry. So they're just, it's building stone, paving stone, those types of things. Nothing,
Gotcha.
Incredibly amazing or anything like that. So, so yeah, a couple of workers are kind of looking at you oddly, see you kind of standing around, milling around, but a few of them recognize you as the fabled Jingle Janks performers and wave at you and then get back to work. And but no one's kind of coming over and everything. One worker kind of stops and he points at the office. He's just like, he yells out over all the den. He's like, if you need anything, talk to her in the office.
All right. Up to the office we go then.
Yeah.
All right. You walk up to the office and it's a ramshackle house. It's not, it's not super run down, but it's not real nice either. The door is kind of like barely able to open and close. I mean, it's functional, but it's not wonderful. The windows are dirty and covered in dust and rock dust and everything else like that. And as you get closer, a lady kind of peers out from behind one of the windows, then comes up and opens the door. As you come up to it before you can knock, and goes, so what can I do you for? I'm how you doing? Welcome to Melico Stoneworks. I'm Alberry Melico. What can I do?
Lady Melico, nice to meet you.
Well, my first name's Alberry, but sure, Melico, let's keep it formal. Do you need stone?
Okay, Alberry. No, actually, it looks as though, when we look over, it looks like you're already supplying us. We're involved with the reopening of the Spellforge, actually, and came to see how our latest shipment was shaping up, if everything was going okay with the quarry.
Y'all paid in advance, and everything's going well, and we've made several shipments already, and this is the third shipment that's going out. You're my best customers. In fact, you're one of my only customers now with everything that's going on around here.
Any problems with the caravans lately? We hear the roads have been kind of dangerous in this part of it.
I think that's all kind of overblown, to be perfectly honest with you. We haven't had any problems. Our caravans are moving just fine.
That's good to hear.
Yeah. I think all of this is just a little bit blown out of proportion, I mean, there might be stuff going on, but from what I could see, my guys are getting back and forth with the stone. I mean, granted, we're going north. We're not going south to Waterdeep. I got to say that. Yeah, well, I agree. But no, everything's been pretty good. There has been an uptick in orcs and goblin stuff. Some people have even seen a couple giants out there. I find that hard to believe, but they haven't bothered us.
So no problems with the workers. We heard some of your workers didn't want to take as many shifts lately.
Well, the boys are mysterious. They're superstitious. And to be perfectly honest with you, we've only got the one big contract anymore, and a lot of them just don't want to work at night anymore. So, I think they're playing up stuff to not work at night, and things like that. To be honest with you, and I think this whole idea of, I've heard what you're talking about. The rumors you're talking about, the supposed people in Stone Nest lurking around the quarry at night, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
I want to perform an insight check to see if he actually believes. If he's just putting on for the sake of like, oh, everything's fine here. I'm the mayor from Jaws. Everything's cool. or if he actually knows that like stuff is going on.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right, here we go, and I will give myself some luck.
That looks like 16.
Let's add that to it. Oh, 17.
17. Not too bad.
Okay. So you're watching her closely and listening to everything she's saying, and you think that she is definitely hiding a number of things. You don't think that she believes that the Watchers are are a problem, though, when she says that. So that these people in Stonemaster are a problem. But she is hiding something. She's being deceptive about something.
Oh, this is very interesting, these stories you tell. I mean, it sounds every day as if things are as they should be. I do have a slight problem with that, though. Yeah, you see he taps his monocle. You see this item that I wear over my eye. It has a special property. I can when I look at somebody and they are telling me some things that are untrue, they appear to have aura of a bright color around them, and you are glowy to me. Would you care to explain?
Do you want to give me a deception check?
Absolutely.
Are you sure, man? You're awfully glowy.
It takes one to know one, right? I am.
Everybody looks glory after the drinks you've had, Bjorn.
She looks at you. She's like
19.
She's like, look, Mr. Rabbit, don't bullshit a bullshitter, all right? She's like, yeah.
I am merely asking you not to bullshit a bullshitter in return.
Alberia, as you said, the Spellforge is your biggest client. I don't know if you've heard of the Phandalin 5 that reconstituted the Phandelver Pact and are now part owners of that Spellforge.
Yeah, they invented the Jingle Jinx.
Yeah, that's us.
Yep.
So why don't you be... We're not here...
And that is no bullshit.
We're not here to mess with the contract. As you say, we've been happy with the deliveries. But we have heard disturbing rumors, and if there's something going on here, we'd like to make sure we can get to the bottom of it.
She kind of sighs and looks around and looks side to side, kind of lowers her voice. She goes, look, all I know is that I think, personally, that all of this has to do with Trickle Rock Cave.
Trickle Rock Cave?
Trickle Rock Cave.
We have a location.
Are you saying triple or trickle?
Trickle, like cold trickle.
Okay.
What's going on at Trickle Rock Cave?
It's been a thorn in this area side for a long time. Supposedly, there's some great treasure out there, but it's supposed to be cursed, and it has something to do with something or another about the treasure of the earth or something like that. Some mumbo jumbo about dwarves and their earthen treasure. I don't know. There's all sorts of legends, but the boys around here, I mean, I don't know if you know this, but there used to be a great dwarven area around here. And anytime they hear about that stuff, they get real nervous, especially since we're digging in the ground. Half the time they find anything. I mean, we find dwarven stuff in the ground around here. We find the littlest thing. I mean, we find a little piece of gemstone that has a half a dwarven rune on it. And we're shut down for the day because the lads are all going out and praying that nobody's going to come kill them. Like the old dwarves aren't going to come to life or something. Some crazy stuff like that. But personally, I'd say if anything is happening like that, I haven't seen anything like that personally, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's from that Trickle Rock cave. I can even give you directions if you want.
That would be
That
great.
would be appreciated.
But let's continue. Someone such as yourself obviously knows what's going on with your business. That means you know that people are gathering here at night. Now, we're not here to spread rumors. We're not here to hurt your reputation. Again, we're happy with what you've delivered to Fandolin. God, I hope she's doing good with the deliveries. But what do you know? We'd like to help.
About people meeting here at night?
Yes.
I've never seen anything, and that's the honest to God's truth. You know, I've never seen any people meeting here at night. Never seen it.
That's so very specific. I'd like to insight check her again.
Okay.
Me too.
Like, meeting here.
Might be technically true, but
That's what I'm thinking.
You are technically correct. The best kind of correct. Okay, 25 on an insight check.
Oh, thank
So
goodness.
you don't know anything about them specifically meeting here, but what do you know about the men in stone masks?
You hear rumors. You hear rumors. I mean, I've heard that there's some sort of group, and I don't know how else to describe it. You know, it's like,
Oh yeah, what did I get from my insight check, by the way?
she's telling the truth.
Okay. I find it surprising that they wouldn't have approached you, quite honestly. I'm not saying that
Well,
you're lying. I just find it surprising.
I'm a lady living here by myself. And if my workers aren't here and I don't have to bust some ass out there, which I do because they get lazy, but if they're not here and I'm not in the inn, I'm at home by myself, I got 2 deadbolts, a sword, and a crossbow in there, and I'll lock the deadbolts. I have the sword on by my bed and the crossbow loaded on the other side of my bed, if you know what I'm saying.
I do.
And caution is good.
You need to be careful and you need to listen to your men when they talk about these people gathering. They're dangerous.
Maybe I'll talk to the marshal about them. Maybe he should send out more patrols out here.
Is he one of the elders?
The marshal? You know, he might be. He might be. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I do have a question. Have you noticed any differences in the quarry from when you leave it at night till you come back in the morning if no one's working it?
Excellent question.
No.
Yeah.
Like what?
Have the miners complained or made mention of like maybe work being done in areas they haven't worked or were going to work?
As
Were
the
their tools being
topography,
moved?
I don't think so.
or
I
has
mean-
has the topography changed at all?
You can ask the boys if you want. I don't have a problem with you talking to them. Go on down. But, you know, don't keep them too long because we do have work to do. But if you want to ask them a few questions, go on down. Talk to the lads.
Appreciate it. And again, thanks for your work delivering to the Stoneforge. It's greatly appreciated.
No problem. No problem. Like I said, you're our best customer right now. You're our only customer. So I'm happy to do the work with you. And it's been just quite a pleasure. So
Cool. Have a
So-
good one.
Shall we go talk to the boys? Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
please. Anything but
All
more
right.
corporate BS. Never thought that would be useful.
So you head on down, and several of the workers kind of mosey on over, and they're kind of confused why you'd be coming down, and some of the pickaxes stop, and soon there's a group of about 4 or 5 people coming around. And like, hey, Jingle Janks, are you coming down here to do the Jingle Janks for us, or what brings you down here? I don't suppose you're going to help us cut stone by any chance.
I don't suppose I could get you to never call me Jingle Janks again.
Well, what's the problem? You don't like doing the Jingle Janks?
Just for fun, Mr. Simeon is going to appear and start doing the jingle janks.
Oh, my. A dancing monkey that does the... This is the greatest day of my life. So, what can we do for you? You know, usually she doesn't like people coming down here talking to us. She's a real ball buster, if you know what I'm saying.
She said we can... we're customers, and she gave us leave to talk to you for a brief amount of time. It's just slight moment out of your workday. But if you could answer our questions, it could be quite helpful.
Well, sure. I'll do my best. You mind if the rest of my lads get back to work, or do you need us all here?
No, that's fine.
Yeah. All right.
Cirrus is keeping an eye on all of the others to see who pays attention to our conversation.
And see who's not actively watching the jingle janks.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm looking for. It's like who's not enjoying the antics of the monkey, who looks a little shifty.
You can go ahead and give me a perception check if you want.
All right, perception.
I can give you advantage.
I will take it. And I will roll some guidance for myself as well, because oh, thank God, I'm gonna use that advantage because that one sucked.
Yep. Yeah, that's a bit better.
Much better, and we throw this on top.
Oh, cherry on top.
22.
So you watch all of the workers, and the workers who are within, easy distance to hear what was going on and be able to see the monkey pop in existence. They were all watching, so everybody seems to be kindly amused. And then you see them all suddenly put their head back down. You kind of turn and look over your shoulder, and you see the Abari stick her head out and look to see what's going on, and they all go back to work real quick.
She interrupts.
That was a nice idea.
As customers of the business, just to the guy who stayed, we're curious about some of the rumors we've been hearing about others who might be trespassing at the quarry. Have you heard anything about that?
Who you been talking to?
Everyone.
Folks in town.
Well, I'll just say me and the boys, we don't work nights anymore. And I don't care what Miss Maleko wants to say.
Have you seen changes in quarry from day to day that you and boys did not do? Change in topography, items moved around, tools in new places.
Nope. Can honestly tell you, I've seen nothing like that. Nothing at all. But I'll say this. When there's some weirdo in black robes and a stone mask sitting there just staring at you from the top of the quarry at night in the shadows when all you have is torchlight around you, yeah. My lads, most of them have families. I don't care what Miss Maleko says. I'm not going to have them staying out here and possibly have some wackadoo come down. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, what kind of weirdo skulks around in the dark just watching people?
Exactly.
Yeah, Lutheran just kind of whistles at that.
So you have seen the weirdos in stone masks?
Me personally? No, I haven't. But with everything that's going on in the last 6 months around this town, the things that you've heard, the people who have disappeared, it's not the strangest thing I've heard, I'll tell you that.
What's the strangest thing you've heard?
The strangest thing I've heard? Let's see. What could I say? Well, the strangest thing I've heard is there's some crazy necromancer out there doing crazy things with the undead out by the to the north. But that's been like that for years. The strangest thing I've heard, to be perfectly honest with you, is that well, God, I don't even know how to say. About 6 months ago, maybe a little bit longer, these 4 whack jobs came through town talking about how they were going to bring about the end of the world. I kid you not. I saw them walk right out of here, stay one night in the Swinging Sword, and then walk north, their eyes wide, walking like they were half drunk, and just disappear. Never heard from them again. Never saw from them again. Strangest thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
They spent the night in the Swinging Sword, huh?
Yeah, one night. And nobody remembers them staying there. We saw them go in. We all saw them go in. We saw them get rooms, but we don't remember them ever coming down to eat. We don't remember them ever coming down to talk to anybody. We don't remember anything. Remember them going up to the rooms because we were all in there eating. It was a normal day. Caravan had come through. We had done some good business. Everybody was having a great time. The next morning, they got up to see what was going on. I guess this is what I've heard from the people at the end. They had cleared out. And the only reason there was anything that they had left and not been like killed in their sleep or abducted or anything is because me and the boys were working a night shift that night. We'd make a delivery on up down to Waterdeep because they were doing some repairs to the pier there. And we saw the four of them walk right out of town. Craziest thing I ever saw.
You said they had strange expression when they did so.
Yeah.
Like a blank stare?
Nah, not like a blank stare. Like
a look of zealousness?
He's like, I'm a little embarrassed to say this, but it's the only way I can explain it. It's what I told my wife when she asked me what it looked like. It looked like, you know, he looks real best. He said, you know, when you're in the middle of lovemaking and you're about to do that thing, you know? But it looked just like that, but they looked terrified at the same time.
So first time.
Evidently, I don't know.
Everyone's nervous first time. It feels good, but scary, you know? Yes.
It was disturbing. That's all I can say. It's one of the most disturbing things I've ever saw in my entire life.
So like a terrifying O-face.
Yeah.
Well,
exactly.
Those are looking terribly confused.
I don't know if this will make you feel any better, but we know what they were on their way out of town to do.
Yeah, I'm a rabbit. I explain later.
You do. You know what? Really?
Bring about the end of the world.
What? All right, son. You know, I appreciate you telling me that, but I'm just a normal worker here. And listen, these boys here, they get real upset about the smallest things. If you tell them that the end of the world is coming, this whole town is going to go to even more shit than it already has. If you get
no. Sorry. The end of the world is not coming, but that is what they are attempting to do.
Well,
all you need to do, most likely, is stay away from the people in the stone mask and stay away from anyone who asks you to embrace the wind or the fire or the water right now.
Yeah, well, that's easy enough to say. With everything going around and the weirdos out at night, I'm not embracing shit unless it's my wife. If you get what I'm saying. So.
Actually, I think of the elements, shit is okay to embrace if you want.
Yeah, I'm not taking any chances.
There's some weird cultists in the area trying to recruit people into their little.
Well,
plan.
I don't know anything about all that, but if anything I told you helped you, I'm glad to have been able to do it. My name is Jay, and if you need anything, you come here. And as long as it's okay with Miss Maleko, I'll talk to you just fine. You know, but you know, try not to rail up the lads or the town too much. We've been through a lot, you know, and I care about this town. So,
yeah,
we're still starting to like it myself.
Yeah, well,
it is a nice place.
Well, thanks, Jay. I appreciate the information, and I'm not trying to spook you with the stories. Just your men are smart to stay away from those weirdos.
I agree, and thanks for the word of advice, and thanks for the words of encouragement as well. And y'all take care of yourself, and you know, I got a good feeling about you. If you stop the end of the world, well, I can't give you anything but some stone dust, but I'll give you all the stone dust you want. So,
DM,
we'll do our best.
Yep. What's up?
I want to while he's talking and I am listening, I am making a series of visual and mental notes, and I am taking out another playing card and as I'm doing so, I'm basically doing my magical trinket to basically draw a map
Of the
layout
quarry.
of the quarry. Yeah, like I'm like noticing spots. Like, okay, what's the elevation here? What looks like a good spot to create a blind? You know, anything that can give me an advantage later.
Okay. Sounds good.
That's good.
All right. And with that, I think that's all you're going to get out of the quarry. So you could have hung around all day, or you could probably come back tonight and see what's going on. But it is, I think, time
It's
for us
about that time.
to call it a
Yep.
game.
That time.
And we will get
In
back
order.
to the quarry starting next week.
All right.
Okie dokie.
Hey, good session. I'm enjoying this balance of role play and combat we've got going on lately.
Like, and
It's
we
been
got
a lot of fun.
some cool investigation going on too.
Yeah,
Very cool.
definitely.
Yeah.
All right.
All right,
Well,
Joe. Let's take us
What?
out.
Take us
Yeah.
out.